You're maxed out.
Hello, everyone. We'd like to get started. We will start today's meeting with the plea being offered by Sonoy Martha.
E pule kako. E ke ako manalo I loko kalani he wahile o mahalo ke ia no na mea pau puni o kako. He olu mai e haami mai a mako ka ike, ka ikaika, ka naoao, ka oia I o ke kahi no ke ia halawai a na mea I hele mai ana. O ke ia ka leo mahalo me ka leo haa amene.
Amen.
Okay, call to the order. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at the Halepono'i DHHL Kapolei office, 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Oahu, and virtually via Zoom. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Wednesday, February 21st, 2024, and the time is 9:35. Yeah, please call the roll.
Commissioner Wu. Here. Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Kulekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanekua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marshall.
Eo.
Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
9 members present. We have a quorum.
We'll start with public testimony. Or,
Well,
okay.
you can do the order.
Yeah, the order of the day is a public testimony. Then item C6 for information only, DHHL enforcement team, along with the Honolulu Police Department, District 8, the pilot program. Item C4, approval of the report and recommendations of the Act 279 PIG on updates to the strategic plan and budget. Then after that, item C7, approval of the report and recommendations of the geothermal PIG. Then the J agenda. We do have 27 people that are going to be testifying on the J agenda. So just up front, I'll ask that people that are testifying, if they can get to the point, and we would appreciate it. Not speak over the time that you wanted. First, public testimony by Home Shandell. Sure. Oh, okay. C6, DHHL enforcement. David Hope and Major Lambert and Kip.
Morning, Chair,
Morning.
Commissioners. My name is David Hoke. I'm the Administrator for the Enforcement Unit. Today, I'm very excited to introduce a pilot program that we have in place with District 8 Narco Voice with the Honolulu Police Department. We'll be referencing a lot of evidence and procedures and stuff like that. So to help maybe make things a little bit easier and understand what we're doing, I'm going to have Sergeant Leland Kudaishi come and discuss real quick a little bit about the gambling devices, and then we'll go into the procedure that we'll be implementing with the pilot program. Yeah, just here and
Hello, my name is Sergeant Leland Kuraishi with the Honolulu Police Department's Narcotics Vice Gambling Detail. Today, I thank you guys for inviting me. So I just want to give a quick overview of the gambling devices that we've been encountering on the island of Oahu. So my main reasoning for being here is I want to promote my partnerships with our joint other agencies, including with the prosecutor's office, federal agencies, as well as I ask always for the community's assistance in when we come to enforce these gambling runs. So this presentation or the PowerPoint is mainly going to be discussing how to identify these rooms and the types of rooms that we encounter. And the types of devices, the two different primary games that we encounter in these rooms. So basically, these gambling rooms could be anywhere. commercial buildings, residents, found in, bars, nightclubs, and including your neighbors. It could be anywhere, and they're disguised as any normal home. From the outside, they look just like any other home or any other business. As we move in, a primary thing that we first encounter is the homes or establishments are always covered with cameras. So they're viewing outside from driveways to the outside perimeter of the properties. And then approaching the home or the game room is multiple secured doors, automatically locking doors that are required a push button to make entry. Some characteristics is there's always going to be a cashier room, and there's also going to be a security office or a security portion that you would have to pass by. And then the security have monitors monitoring the entire property from inside and outside. This is just a quick diagram of a game room of the basic layout. So coming in from on the left, you would enter the main portion, and then that would become the security of, you have to get buzzed in, looking at a camera. They allow you into a first corridor, and you come out, and then you're met with security right out in the inside. And then you enter the game room. So the squares in the middle and the numbers are all just representing machines, which we have some examples over there. And then there's a separate cashier room where the cashier would stay with and carry most of the money. So it's the most important thing about these illegal establishments is what it brings to our communities. It's not just people coming to play and gamble with and either getting or gambling with money. What we're discovering is a lot of other contraband, such as drugs, guns, and violence. On the bottom right, that's 2 pounds of methamphetamine. And lately, my objective into these illegal establishments is that we are targeting these illegal game rooms that are places known for drug activity. People who are dealing to our communities, close to schools, and we primarily target these targets first, and we get these information from our community members who are living with this right next door to them. So basically, there's a quick definition of what is gambling, and it's a person who engages in gambling for stakes of risk, something of value upon the outcome of the contest of chance or a future contingent event. And that person cannot control the outcome of the event. And the criteria for gambling is the consideration, chance, and reward of the event. So someone paying to play, giving money to something in order to participate in this activity, the chance of the possibility of winning, and then the reward, which is the actual winning of value, something of value back. So the difference between gambling and amusement. So the gambling, the 3 requirements are consideration, chance, and reward. And the amusement side is the consideration, and the difference is the skill. You can't, it all depends on your skill level on a game or whatever, to be able to create your chance of winning. You could skip this one. And these are the 2 example of primary devices that we're encountering. The multi-touch pot of gold, which is for the most part the digital or electronic Vegas style card games like blackjack and poker, and then the fish hunter type devices. The examples that we have over here, for the most part, for the pot of gold is always gonna be a tabletop, small device. You primarily find these inside of bars. On the side of the bar table or the bar area, they'll have devices on the side. And like I said, the games that are included are more like blackjack, poker. And the other type is the fish hunter types, which is very commonly, they look more like a kid's game. It's a game that you just shoot fish or characters, which we have an example that we will allow you guys to attempt to play, just to experience, and then we can explain the differences between something that you find at Fun Factory to the devices that we find inside of these illegal establishments. And this is what we're also encountering now. So the normal Vegas type games that slot machine, electronic slot machine from the Buffalo style, the Dragon Links, the Lightning Links, those are all now here that we've been encountering. So what these rooms bring into, other than just gambling, is that they bring organized crime. The drugs, the weapons, the violent crimes that surround these illegal establishments are being run by local gangs, outside gangs, from different entities, from the cashiers to the people who own the properties, and the security who are protecting these properties. So in narcotics, vice, gambling, my primary concern is to, at the end of the day, is to hold the owners accountable, because the only way that we can stop them from reopening is that once we build our investigations, that after we want to try and talk and communicate with the owners, especially if they're being rented out, properties that are rented out or leased, we want their cooperation to help us, not to make sure the next tenants aren't going to reopen and do the same thing again. Thank you for your guys' time. Any questions?
Yeah, so mahalo for your presentation. We appreciate you being here. I do have questions about some of the challenges you face. So you mentioned that shortly after a warrant is served, they open. It's not uncommon for them to reopen shortly after. And part of the problem, it seems, is these are tenants and you have to work with the owners to try to shut them down. So how does that work? I mean, what is, I guess for a landlord, the incentive would be what they're getting paid, right? And so the disincentive is not to shut down because the payment they receive is lucrative, I would imagine. Okay. So how do you guys deal with that? I mean, what is, how successful or unsuccessful are you as a result of that?
So this past year, so in 2023, I took over in March and we changed our strategy. Instead of trying to always figure out who the operator was, which a lot of time was was not fruitful because there's so much money that the operators, meaning the person actually in the room, will take the fall for the actual owner. So we were never able to get the owner of the game room itself. So the strategy in 2023 was to hold property owners accountable and make it not so lucrative. So what we do is for obviously not for DHHL, but for general regular properties, we utilize nuisance abatement in which we can seize the property for up to 12 months. So they would lose rent for up to 12 months. If we can prove that the owner was facilitating, the owner of the property was facilitating the game room, then we could look at civil forfeiture to take it outright. The nuance that we have with DHHL, obviously we cannot serve DHHL with nuisance abatement or forfeit because you guys are, the land is technically a government entity. So what we want to do is working with Dave and others is to disincentivize people that have leases to sublet or to host it themselves. And that's why we want to have this meeting here So for you guys, it would be presenting, perhaps, and getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, a letterhead saying that this is what we found in a DHHL property. And what we want to do is we'd attach photographs of what we found, and that way you guys would see photographs of devices like this. I think the slot machines and poker machines, you guys would probably be okay with and be confident that that was gambling. The one that we worry about, and the reason why we wanted to have this meeting, is the fish hunter games. And we show you guys pictures of this down the road. You guys might not be comfortable breaking a lease because for you guys, it may not feel like a gaming device. But that's why we brought it out here, so that when you guys do see photos of this device, it is in fact a gambling device. So Gaming Laboratories International qualified this device in, was it Oregon or Washington? So again, it's not just us making stuff up, it's substantiated by longer investigations. And for you guys, the most important thing we want is to establish a preponderance of evidence so that you guys can consider holding DHHL lessees accountable.
Okay, yeah, so thank you. That's helpful because it is administrative, so it would be civil preponderance. And I do have an interest in getting into the weeds on the details because I think we can do better.
Absolutely.
And it's just trying to understand how we connect the dots. So thank you.
I appreciate that, sir.
Okay, so yeah, I want to get into how we kind of came about with this pilot program to be established. So as Major said, yeah, HPD, Prosecutor's Office, area, elected officials, they made a big push to reduce criminal activity on the Waianae Coast. You know, and one of the avenues that they've been pursuing is tougher legislation. So from our standpoint, I believe it's important that we also follow suit and we take a very firm position on this, because if we don't, there might be an influx of this activity coming onto the Hawaiian homelands. And this pilot program specifically is with District 8 Narco Vice. And so the reason I say that, that would cover our homesteads in Kapolei, Nanakuli, and Waianae. And you know, we initially, Kip and Major initially started talking about this program back in April of 2023. We kind of ironed out some more details, and it went into effect January 1st of this year. Diamond. Give it to Diamond.
Yeah, so if you guys want, you guys can go ahead, and we're hoping that if you guys would like to touch the games, and then maybe while they pull this up.
Yeah,
If not, no pressure.
You guys can take a look.
Yeah, take a look, and then we can walk you guys.
Play the games.
Throw some money on it. Your wallet.
Hey, Ryan, I'm leaving downstairs.
We sent it to Diamond.
Where's the cashier? Where's the cashier? If you stick your money, and this is actually like you get credit, it's real big. And we see that you guys evidence of this in a cover sheet, you guys would be like comfortable with that evidence. The problem that we are concerned that you guys may not
Put those two in.
And what it is, it's same thing, so this meter here is okay.
Okay.
Wait, Mike. Okay.
Yeah, so the purpose of the collaboration, as I said, is we're gonna focus on organized criminal activity. So this includes game rooms, any place that's distributing drugs, chop shops, chicken fights. The reason we're focusing in on this is because this type of element has the largest effect on the community as a whole. So that's where our resources and time are gonna be invested in. And another purpose of this is that we're going to obtain the assistance of HPD in our contested case hearing process, which is, to me, I believe is the biggest missing element that has historically been there for the department. What we're going to be able to do with this process, and we'll show it, is that we'll be able to get confirmation that a crime was committed on behalf of the police while also preserving their criminal investigation. Also, we'd like to reinstill the confidence in law enforcement that DHHL is a committed partner. So we want to make sure that we're canceling these leases when they give us a support. You know, this collaboration is very specific to D8, and that's because, yeah, they're the only ones that are willing to provide us this support at this time, just because historically the department hasn't done their job about canceling these leases for this type of activity. So this is why we need to maximize this opportunity. And then moving forward, I'm hoping that this can be the blueprint that we can use statewide with all the other county police departments. We can establish this process. They'll have a basis and cases to look at that we were successful, and they can utilize that. And then this should restore the confidence in our beneficiaries, let them know that this type of activity will not be tolerated. And if you do choose to do this, the department's going to take a firm stance, and you're going to be held accountable for that. Next slide, please. For the challenges and solutions, real quick, I just want to say that in order for us to really identify these things, you have to be critical on things that worked and things that didn't work. And I just want to make it clear that this is not a shot at any past administrations or staff, but I think we need to be real with what was unsuccessful. And the first challenge that we know about is limited staff and resources by the department. And so we're a government agency. That's always going to be the case. I know Chair is fighting for positions, but even fully staffed, no matter what, the amount of land and leases that we're supposed to manage, we're always going to be short-staffed. But I think it's important to know that that's always going to be a challenge there. And in creating this blueprint, we took into account that, yes, we're always going to be very limited in our staffing. And the solution is we need this collaboration between the department, the county police departments, the beneficiaries, associations, neighborhood security watches. I'll get into the specific details about how we want their support, but recently we went to the Shaw. We learned that there's 62 homestead associations. In the ideal world, I'd like a contact for every single association, every single community, every single neighborhood security watch. And right there, I believe that our ability to expand our oversight of these issues will grow exponentially. Next slide. The next challenge is historically, again, the department has not held lessees accountable for this type of activity. That has created an issue, and people know that this is a place that you can get away with that. I think it's important that we identify that, and with this influx of cases that may be coming our way with the tightening up of rules in the fee simple market, we need to make sure that we're keeping up with them and letting them know that this is not going to be a place where they can do that. And the solution with that is, yeah, we have this collaboration. HPD is willing to provide us the support and the testimony to say that we met the criminal element of that they are committing a crime, and that is a lease violation, while also preserving their criminal case. Next slide. Okay, so getting down into the process. So any criminal complaint that comes in, we're gonna document it. And going back to how the beneficiaries can help us, this goes back to, we want vested interest by everybody involved. So every month, in addition to any time that they have concerns that they report, we want to reach out to them. I'm going to ask them, is there any homes that you guys are concerned about? Is there anything that you guys are aware about that you guys like us to look at? And I'm gonna let them know, no response means there's no homes, but every month, there should be some kind of communication, because the sooner we get notice of that, the sooner we can act on it. The next step is, with that information, if there are complaints that meet the element that we're looking at for organized criminal activity, I'm gonna take that information, send it over to Major Lambert, and they're going to deconflict the information. What deconfliction is any law enforcement agency that's looking at a specific home, they should be registering it in a system, in a database that's saying, hey, we're watching this home. And it's important, we're unable to go deconflict that, but it's important to know that we need to do our part in assisting law enforcement and not jeopardizing any criminal cases. I believe the criminal cases have the highest consequences. We're able to utilize their convictions in our process, so we should be supportive of them in that capacity. So if they say, we're looking at a home, can you guys please stand down? I believe that it's the department should play ball, play nicely with them and agree to that. Example of that, and that we hear about all the time, is the Keaulana Ave situation. So people don't realize that when that first started happening, we started getting complaints. HPD reached out and said, hey, can you guys stand down? The feds are watching the house. So we sat back, we didn't do anything to it. The complaints continued to come in. After several months, HPD reached out to us again, said, okay, the feds are done, we're gonna go look at it. And then they were trying to build their case for a few more months, and then finally they said, okay, you guys can proceed. So we just want that to be known, that that is part of the process. And the reason we're telling that is we're trying to manage expectations of our beneficiaries. When they make that complaint, we're gonna tell them, yes, we got it, and we want them to trust us that we're gonna do something. I cannot explain all the time that, oh, the feds are watching it or the HPD is watching it. We can't do that. But on the flip side, and we've seen this historically, we don't want people to feel like nothing is happening and they get upset. They go put something on social media or go to the news, because that could actually burn a case. So we might be waiting 6 months, and they're so close to cracking that criminal case, but now that it went out public, now they shut it down and we just lost everything. The person isn't held accountable and the whole thing is there. So I'm just asking the beneficiaries that after you report it, we confirm that we got it. You just have to give us a little bit of faith that yes, we hear you and that is on our radar. After that, if the allegations are substantiated, as Major Lambert said, they will provide us a written document on HPD letterhead, which confirms the pertinent information that we need for a contested case hearing. And again, I want to emphasize, our burden of proof is lower, and we'll go into some more details, but we also want to make sure that we're preserving the criminal case as well. If the facts are not substantiated and there is no lease violation, and they let us know that, what we'll do is that we'll go notify the lessees and we'll provide them a letter and a verbal warning that if this were to be, if these allegations were to be true, this will be considered a lease violation and grounds for cancellation. The reason that we will be doing that is that historically, somebody has successfully argued that they did not realize that committing criminal activity on a leased property is a lease violation. So we want to basically eliminate that, that argument. Next slide. Okay, if the allegations of organized criminal activity is substantiated, our unit will initiate the contested case hearing process, and we'd like to take it a step further. If it is organized criminal activity, we would like to ask for an expedited contested case hearing in front of the commission, because our hope is that we can not only get the findings of fact and conclusion of law, but we'd also ask for them to make a decision on the lease cancellation as quickly as possible. At this contested case hearing process, HPD is willing to come and provide testimony, and their testimony will be to authenticate the letter that they provided, and they'll be able to provide a professional opinion that a crime has been committed. And these two elements are what have been historically missing, and this should be enough for us to be able to say that we do have a lease violation and grounds for cancellation. The last part of this process that we're going to be including is that we're gonna start getting written testimony from any associations, neighborhood security watches, anybody who's willing to testify as to the effects that that house has had on the surrounding community. And instead of asking the individual to do that, we want to go through the associations or the NSWs, because the Sixth Amendment right, the right to confront your accuser, does not apply in administrative hearings. So we want to be able to let their voices be heard, but also protect them. Slide, please. Okay, and for our contested case hearing process, again, based off of the administrative rules, our burden of proof is a preponderance of evidence. I'm sorry that it's not very big, but it's right here. It's right in the middle. That's our burden of proof. Up here, beyond a reasonable doubt, that is the burden of proof for somebody to be convicted of a crime. And so the easiest way to kind of get a visual of our burden of proof is the scales of justice. So if it is slightly higher, 51%, we've met our burden. And the reason we are bringing this up is that historically, some past administrations have required a criminal conviction in order for us to be able to say that that is a lease violation for having criminal activity on your residential lot. I believe that is above our burden. I believe that's a disservice to our beneficiaries, and we need to take a firmer stance on that. We are not a criminal court. We shouldn't be trying to act like one. We should not have those standards. And if we do uphold the requirement of having a criminal conviction, there's a lot of other issues that come into play. We got to look at the amount of time it takes for a criminal conviction. For these serious crimes, statute of limitations is 6 years. This thing can drag out a long amount of time. In addition, they could possibly plea out, meaning if the police do their job, they get a drug house and charge with drugs and money laundering, and decides to plea out. They drop the drug charges, they do the money laundering off Homestead. So now what? Now we don't have a violation. Now we just lost the case. And so I believe that regardless of whatever happens in the criminal case, that shouldn't pertain to what we're doing here. That's their avenue, that's their focus, they're experts in this area. What we're doing is we're focusing on the administrative hearing. So our burden of proof is at 51%. And regardless of what happens, even if their evidence gets thrown out, there's nothing in the admin rules that says there should be suppression of the evidence based off of that. And again, I bring that up because historically there was a case in which a search warrant was executed, they found drugs, and then the criminal case was dismissed because there was a spelling error on the search warrant. And so in that case, that's the burden of proof, that's the requirement for the criminal case, but not ours. And in that situation, the administration did not want to take action on that house for that. So that's a specific reason that we believe that emphasizing that we're not a criminal court and we shouldn't act as one. And next slide, please. To date, we've had 2 pretty successful opportunities to show this collaboration. The first one is a home in Nanakuli that was being converted to a game room. Again, as they mentioned, it is a lucrative business. We found out that the person that was staying there got offered money to go rent it out so they could operate this game room. And this case was long and drawn out. Couple things I want to point out, and I think it's important that everybody know that there is due process even on our end. And so this specific house was brought up many times, and there's a situation where the lessee died, then we're looking for a successor. When they found the successor died, then they went to public notice, and after the public notice, then they went to go cancel the lease, and then the department went to go get a writ. And all those things, that is due process, that takes a long time. But in this specific situation, Chair looked at the facts and he said, no, we're not gonna wait for a writ, just go. And I believe it's important to acknowledge this is the type of aggressive position we need to take as long as legally we're able to do it. And I'd also like to thank Major Lambert. So I remember Chair called me on the 14th and said, we're gonna go after this house, I want it shut down as quickly as possible. I called up Major Lambert, within 24 hours, we were there shutting it down. He provided the manpower, We cleared the house. Guys were there. They admitted that they were clearing it out to open up a game room, and we boarded it up and secured it. So that's the type of aggressive action that the department needs to take. And this next one, this was a suspected drug den in Kanahili. While it wasn't necessarily organized crime, there was a lot of complaints that, again, were coming about this situation. Again, Chair looked at the facts. He gave us the green light, and within a week, HPD assisted us. We were able to clear the house, board it up, and secure it. And so again, it's just a real emphasis on this type of aggressive approach is very important. It keeps our community safe. I believe, based off of the beneficiaries that we talked to, they're in support of that. And I think it's very important that we just make it clear that homesteads are not going to be a place for you to do this. And we have more leverage in stopping this than the police do. And I think we need to take that aggressive approach. And so in summary, I believe it's very important for us to know that we are going to take that firm stance in any case that we put in front of the commission for organized criminal activity. As long as we provide the evidence, this is going to be our expectation that we need to cancel these leases, and we're going to collaborate with the police who take that position. We're going to collaborate with the NSWs, the associations, the beneficiaries, and we're all going to take this united front that this kind of stuff is not going to be accepted. And I believe that canceling a lease is probably one of the most, if not the most difficult thing a commissioner has to do. However, I don't think that in this situation there's going to be a resolution that's best for everyone. But in this type of situation, we have to do what's best for most. And we need to go realize that we cannot allow somebody to operate something like this at the expense of everybody else's safety in the community. And again, our hope is that we just establish that working relationship with HPD. We build that blueprint, and we can expand this thing statewide. I believe one or two of these cases is going to have a major effect, and word will go out. Canceling a lease has a generational impact on a family. So I think once they realize that the department is taking this serious, it's anybody who's contemplating it, I believe, will more than likely make the right decision. And if they don't, then that's their choice, and they assume all risk. So, and yeah, I guess open to any questions.
I had a question. Major Lambert, in the situation where you guys are taking the lead, when after is obviously gambling going on, so you guys go in, do you guys actually confiscate the machines, take them with you? Because I'm concerned about them reopening, and how does that work for you?
So we do. So like what David was describing, so at probable cause, that's where we get a search warrant. So once we're able to get probable cause, that means the prosecutor has agreed with our evidence and a judge has agreed with our evidence, allowing us to go ahead and enter the property, at which point we would seize the devices, we would qualify the devices as gambling machines, and they would now be in our custody. The biggest issue is that the longer a game room is open, the more likely an operator has made enough money to replace the games. And that's why you guys have such a unique opportunity for it to be a quick turnaround if you guys are able to close them down. Most establishments can recoup the lost in 2 weeks. So in other words, if it's been open for 2 weeks, it can likely survive 1 round of a seizure. And that's why, like I said, for us on the non-DHHL properties, the longer they're in, the harder it is to dismantle that operation. But because you guys have the ability to break leases, and again, I realize you guys meet periodically, but if there's an opportunity to shorten that time and remove that individual who is infecting the community, I think that you guys can gain a lot of ground. And like to David's point, it is a generational impact, and people that participate in this are in reckless disregard of everyone else in the neighborhood, and that's the way that I view it.
Questions?
Yes, so Major Lambert, mahalo for District 8 providing support. I just want to state for the record, when I look at this machine, it meets the preponderance for this commission as it should. I don't think we leverage our civil capacity, civil capability in resolving issues as often as we should. This is not a criminal court. This is a civil proceeding. And so what you're mentioning today, David, I take to heart. I think we should be more aggressive, and I think we should leverage all the tools we have available to us. One of the things that I'm not as optimistic about is applying this standard across the entire state, because you have many districts just here on Oahu alone, and then when we go to another island, you have various priorities. A police chief may have different priorities for their island. So I do think one of the things that we are trying to do is to create an enforcement and compliance unit within the department, not to fracture relationships, but to help support one another. Because we, when we talk about inadequate staffing, that's one thing. But when we are inadequately structured, that's the bigger problem in my mind. So if we structure in such a way that we grant our staff here police powers to assist other agencies in partnerships, I think that's the way to go. And I think that's the best way to expand it across the state so that we have the capacity to respond to a wide array of complaints, civil and criminal, in partnership with our other law enforcement agencies. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my concern is the danger, especially with our personnel. I mean, they're not armed, and they have a limited experience in dealing with these very dangerous situations with the gambling, the drugs, and all this other stuff. Because you know, and I'm very thankful that you folks are willing to work with the department and kind of take the lead, be the first ones in there, monitor it, make sure you have your case kind of developed and something you can kind of rely on in going after them criminally. So, you know, I'm looking forward with David and his staff, and as well as the people we're looking to pick up, to continue working with you in the District 8 and hopefully statewide. You know, I don't know how prevalent this problem is, but it is prevalent, especially on the Leeward Coast. I'm not sure about the outer islands. I'm sure there is some problems out there too. So, you know, we're gonna reach out, and I believe David has already been, well, maybe David, you can explain what you've been doing with other counties.
Yeah, so specifically Big Island, we've been really close with. They seem pretty receptive to this, and I believe we're the closest. That's the next area that they're closest to actually in establishing something similar to this. The other counties, again, just historically, we did not do our job in canceling leases. So I think we're going to have to show some successful cases before they take a serious look at that. So that is my hope. But as far as the Big Island, I believe we're pretty close to establishing something similar to that.
And I can chime in on that as well. So as far as expansion, we're calling it the District 8 pilot, but actually I'm in charge of the whole island. So if there was issues in Waimanalo or other areas, you guys would still be dealing with my staff. Definitely some concerns. Staffing is always a concern. But we meet with Outer Island Narcotics Vice Divisions twice a year. And if we're able to package the success, I think it's very easy to replicate it in other counties. And the biggest thing for law enforcement is because we're short, we want to be able to be successful in anything we put energy into. So your guys' support moving forward on this, you know, even if we were to break 1 lease a year, 2 lease a year, just to make an example, it would be, I think it would be huge for DHHL beneficiaries.
You know, one of the concerns I have is where, you know, you guys go in and you're saying in 2 weeks you can recoup, especially if it's been open for a while. And so you mentioned also the nuisance abatement, which I'm assuming is a criminal statute?
It's another civil process, but it can only be levied against like a fee owner. So we wouldn't be able to apply it to DHHL.
Well, maybe that's where we change the law, or because I'm concerned that how do we stop them from repeating? You know, in these sample cases, we boarded it up, and that's probably because there's a successor issue.
Yeah, so for Pua Ave, the lease was canceled, so there's nobody to
Yeah.
cancel the lease with.
Right.
And then same thing for the one in Kanahili, it was a canceled lease as well.
Right.
So I believe those two situations, a little bit more difficult because there's no lessee tied to them.
Well, I'm kind of thinking, well, what is the solution where there is a lessee, where we want to, stop the activity? I mean, how can we kind of actually board it up? I mean, if the guys are, and that's where the nuisance abatement comes in, then maybe we need to.
Have a version. So I do apologize. I'm ignorant to the processes of DHHL in regards to the civil side, but
Yeah,
if,
we gotta
and this
look
is
at
just
that.
throwing out a concept, obviously it probably requires some discussion and change in law, but if you guys were basically able to serve immediately a stay away order from the property, which would serve similarly to a nuisance abatement. So it almost work. For example, we have that ability to have a 48-hour stay away for someone that is involved in domestic violence. So if there is an equivalent on DHHL property that we've served, you guys can basically do a temporary until a hearing can be made. Again, I'm ignorant to the process, so my apologies, but that is a concept that could work for you guys.
Yeah, maybe we need to have legal, take a look at that, what kind of civil enforcement we can do. I mean, we have the contested case hearing, but that's involved. I mean, we got to send notice, we got to have a hearings officer. You also have to get approval from the commission. So it's a very convoluted process that, that's why like when you guys come in and we can maybe address this nuisance abatement approach or have our own or whatever. And maybe it's just tweaking some of the laws or administrative rules so we can kind of really deal forcefully and quickly with these problems. If, like you say, if you let it sit, it's just going to fester and it's going to continue to be a plague on our communities. You have anything else? Because I knew we have some witnesses as well as council person Tupola that is going to present some statutory or legislative stuff. Anything else? Any other questions?
Chair, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Major Lambert and staff that HPD came over to do this presentation. I just have a concern regarding the health and safety of these leases that's surrounded by these criminal activities. So is there like a hotline number where they can contact either, HPD or being that it's a pilot project, would you create like a hotline number if they want to be anonymous and want to call to, put in a complaint? Because a lot of these families, they're afraid, they don't want to come out, and so I just wanted to ask you that.
Yeah, so when they do call the department, they are able to leave an anonymous complaint. So if they're not comfortable, we understand that. And again, my hope is that over time, people will see that the department is willing to do stuff and some of that fear will go away. And then also if there is associations or neighborhood security watches, my hope is that we could get the written testimony on behalf of them. So you don't have to single out a single person, but it's like, no, us as a community, as a whole, we say that this person has caused all this chaos, all this danger to all of us. So it's us instead of just one person. So we're trying to create, we know that that's a challenge and that is a fear and it's real because, yeah, again, the department has not done a good job of that. So I understand that we need to reestablish that faith, and the way we're gonna do that is we have to cancel leases for this type of activity. So hopefully there's a little bit of a protective bubble in the beginning, but over time, I'm hoping that they'll become more confident.
And for HPD, our line is 723-3933, 808, of course. But we are asking leases to go through their office first, because what that does is it validates for us. Because if not, we get the complaint, then we got to go validate that it's DHHL. So it saves us a step if they go through. And to get into the weeds, so you guys can see how this is tracked, is they're supposed to have a quick turnaround from the time they receive a complaint. Within 24 to 48 hours of receiving a complaint, they're supposed to send me and my staff, a notification of this complaint. And every month they send us a monthly ledger with all the complaints that they've received, so that so that my guys can make sure that we receive them all. I guess there's some discussion on how public that would be, because that sometimes can impact longer term investigations, but definitely I think it's something that should be available to the commission. So at least you guys can see, at least, or maybe they can report on the volume at the very least of complaints, and then the actuation of what those resulted in.
So I guess for me, because we've had these discussions for a while, what I like about today is we are bringing to light what we can actually do in a civil process. And so where I am now focused is what is the roadmap? I just want to know the process to get us to a contested case hearing, something that we can look at and we can track, and then it comes to us in a timely fashion. I think some of our wounds are self-inflicted. It's more complicated than it needs to be. And so we are anxious to fix that and create a process that works in a timely fashion. So I hate to say this, but this might warrant another PIG. I mean, I'm a little nervous about PIGs because we were so
Be the
overwhelmed.
chairman.
But I do have an interest in fast tracking a process so we can create a conduit to move these things forward. So anyway.
No, I agree. I do know we've added amendment to some of the existing lessees dealing with criminal activity and how we can take action on that. I got to take a better look at that, but we need to work with the AGs and see. It's a contested case hearing, but there's also where you have kind of almost like an emergency situation. So I think we should have the ability to maybe get some kind of judicial relief subject to this provision in our the leases. And so for sure, we got to make sure that we tighten up that and then also get the process such that we have a team. Not only you guys present the evidence, we got the AGs or the deputy AGs ready to go into court and we can shut these guys down. Because it really does concern me that, how quickly these guys can kind of resurrect and rise up again and continue to be a burden on our community. So any other comments or questions? Commissioner? Comments? Sure.
I just wanted to thank the Major and David especially for coming forth with a really comprehensive model of law enforcement, helping us in enforcement and compliance. We've been talking about this forever, and you include all of the components that are important. You've included us, you've included the police and the beneficiaries. And I think that it's important for the beneficiaries to understand what their role is in this particular process. So they can be very helpful if they listen to, and I want to thank you for this. This is a very comprehensive outline, and the best thing about it is this. All of everybody working together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or? Okay, thank you.
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have some, no, you guys can, thank you. We do have some people that would like to testify. Why don't we start with Councilperson Tupola?
Aloha, commissioners, aloha, Chairman Watson, community members. Thank you for having me here. I just was asked by HPD as well as David Hoke to come and support their presentation. So in June last year, we had a crime town hall in Waianae at the Maili Learning Center, and Major Lambert had just started, and so he made this big promise to the community that he was going to come in with a strong fist. So we gave him exactly 6 months to see what he could do. So from June, we gave him 6 months, and we came back in December, met at Arca Safety, 150 community members, still concerned because we had 25 active game rooms in Waianae, and he got it from 25 down to 19 in 6 months. It's not bad. So I'm trying to see how much faster he can work. Yeah. I was like, what more can you do for us? So, the community wanted also to know on the legislative side, what are we doing? So I did email to Chair Watson as well as to the commission. Hopefully they can share it with you guys via email. Bill 57 and 58 are currently bills that are going to assist in helping close down game rooms. So Bill 57 specifically is going to add gambling to nuisance. So in the revised ordinances Honolulu, we have various nuisances that allow police to go in and address the nuisance. This was a conjunct legislation by myself and Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, who represents Kalihi, which is actually very rampant in Kalihi as well, right across elementary schools, right in the middle of housing. So he knew the pain that I was going through. Bill 58, specifically to a lot of you guys' comments about collaboration, is going to allow for Department of Planning and Permitting and HPD to share information. So right now they kind of share it unofficially. So in Kalihi, if they're doing a bust and say, for example, there's building code issues, fire code issues, because you better believe half these game rooms are not in permitted places. They're not in safe places. They are not in places that are owned by the people who are running it. So the Department of Planning and Permitting can play a role. And we think that it's important that there be something codified into law that allows for HPD and DPP to share this information as it pertains to the building code safety, and that if that can further assist in the operations or the shutdown of these operations, that the city play a role as well. So I did request that the commission, if necessary, or if you guys are in agreement, testify in support of Bill 57 and 58. Hopefully we'll be having a hearing on this in the zoning committee on March 6th, 9 a.m. So I just wanted to thank DHHL for stepping up, David and his team, because it's at least half of the whole district I represent. So if you guys can handle half, I'll try to handle the other half, because it's a lot to do. There's a lot that happens in my district that we're trying to curb, but I'm telling you right now that it is the gambling, it is the arms, but most of our shootings are related to this because of the quantity of cash that's in these institutions. We have people that are being trafficked in there. We have kids that are running away to game rooms. So there's a lot of other things that happen in these game rooms besides the fishy game. And we need our community to understand that the level of severity of this is more than just the gambling. It is much more, and if we want crime to stop in our community, we need to stop it there, and we all need to be on the same page as that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I wonder, this nuisance abatement statute, what do you call it? Major Lambert mentioned that it required a fee owner involvement. I'm wondering if you can maybe take a look at it with RAGs to see if we can expand it to lease holders.
We could. So if you look at Bill 57, we specifically said that we'd be fining the landowner and not the tenant, not the renter. So we're specifically trying to go after the person who owns the property, which we could expand it into that. But, we're open to any amendments. We're only on second reading, so we have two more whacks at this. Yeah.
Okay. Any comment? Okay, thank you very much. The next testifier, Homalani, Jadel.
Hello, Michael Cole. Good morning. That was a lot. Thank you so much, David. I know you and I have had several conversations, and I've been patiently waiting, and I like what I see this morning. So definitely the approach that we're looking at this morning is targeted right to the bullseye, organized crime. Initially, I was talking to David about, okay, what about the other issues that I'm having to deal with and have had to deal with and have come before commissioners in the last 5-10 years on the same issues, and we haven't been able to address it. So if we have to go for the bullseye, then I think this is the approach that we need. In preparation for all of this, I wanted to understand what really is HPD's mission. And their mission is that they're dedicated to investigate crime, apprehending violators, and maintaining public order to ensure the safety and security of the city and county of Honolulu. Their roles and responsibilities is for the preservation of the public peace, prevention of crime, detection and apprehension of law offenders, protection of the rights of persons and property, and enforcement of federal and state laws and city ordinances and regulations. This is right off from their website. So then I took a look at, okay, what about us? What about you, the decision makers? Because it's come before your predecessors. These issues have come before your predecessors, and they are now coming before you. So under Administrative Rules 10328, lease cancellation, the department may cancel a lease issued to a homesteader for the following reasons. And I'm focusing on number 2, violations of a condition enumerated in a lease document. So then let's take a look at the conditions of a lease. And under number 10, at least in ones I have, and the ones issued to us in Maluo High back in 2001, number 10, compliance with laws. The lessee shall comply with all of the requirements of all municipal, state, and federal authorities and observe all municipal ordinances and state and federal statutes pertaining to said premises now in force for which may hereinafter be in force. So that tells us, and it's not like I haven't brought this information before, because I have. But now I'm bringing it forward again because these are the answers for our people. When we talk about what happens, I mean, just recently, it really hit close to home with that shooting in on Kinoiki Street in Kaupea. We've been listening about Waianae, the shootings in Waianae. Well, it's hitting close to home. And from what I understand, and I'm sure Ivalani is here, she's the president for Kaupea Homestead Association. I'm sure she would like to present testimony. But that's a little too close. So when we look at what we can do, and I know it's not easy, because what I've heard in the past from commissioners is that, oh, what about the kupuna? I get it. I do. And we understand that 90% of the issues that are facing our homesteads with these types of activities, it's not being done by the lessee. It's being done by a family member. But ultimately, we as lessees, we signed that palapala, and we have the responsibility. But yes, we're going to have to help our kupunas feel safe, that they will be able to stay in their home, but that the person that is creating all of this chaos is removed from the home. But if you have to cancel that lease, then you have to cancel the lease. Because for me, we have 226 homes in our homestead. And if I only had one game room that created all of this chaos, it's not fair to the other 225 families. We should not have to deal with the fallout from these types of activities, because they impact the whole homestead, whether we want to accept that or not. And I think that the message is very clear. All it's gonna take, I mean, lately DHHL has been in the papers, we've been in the news. All it takes is 1, 2, maybe 3 times, and the message will be very clear to those who utilize the homes that are in our homesteads for their own personal gain. And so I would ask for you to consider this. The other thing that I did have a conversation with David about that I'm a little concerned about, and to your point, Chair, the nuisance abatement. Many times in my homestead, when I've had calls from our lessees who have an issue with a neighbor who is creating a problem for the residents, perhaps in the cul-de-sac. And I'm not talking about the bullseye. I'm talking maybe, you know, we're out to maybe 25 or 10 points. That's the kind of issues that I'm having to deal with. But their issue has been HPD, they call HPD comes and doesn't do anything because the officers say, oh, they can't do anything on homestead lands. That is a problem for me because we are all citizens of the city and county of Honolulu, and there should be no differential treatment for those who live anywhere other than Homestead. We should be treated the same way. The laws for the state affects every resident in our state, in our city. And that's the way we should all be treated. So I too want some more information on this nuisance abatement. And thank you, Councilwoman Tupola. I will definitely look for bills 57 and 58. With that, I will just close, and I really hope that each of you take everything that's been presented to you this morning and the testimonies that I'm sure that will follow to heart, because it is so important that the few who run rampant be stopped. Mahalo.
Thank you, Homelani. The next testifier, Demont Manaole.
Yeah, aloha mai kākou. Man Kalai Manaole, ko manager Hope Manapona LLC. We are native wine advocacy out of Waianae Coast. And I gotta tell you, so I don't know if a lot of you know, but there's no secret. I'm a street raised convict, right? A state raised convict. I grew up detention home, boys home, prison. I ran the streets when I was a kid. And I did 28 years total in the prison system. So let me just tell you something about how criminal mentality is. I'm no longer in that anymore. I'm pushing 60, I don't have time for that. I count it a blessing to even be out here. So I count it that I owe society. That's why I do the work that I do. I owe society. Nobody owed me nothing. You know, I did a crime spree in 1983 that I regret for the rest of my life. And I gotta tell you that the reason why I got caught, because the first time the cops was called on one of the major crimes that I got convicted of, that got me 4 life sentences, was done by one guy who is the head of DBT right now, Kimo Tokioka. Today I count him as one of the best heroes in my life. Because of what he did, he would act swiftly. Never, back then in the days when somebody cry foul, cry crime or whatever, people just look at that person, especially if they're acting erratically, and they kind of like blow them off. And I was banking on him to do that so I could get away with my crime. What he did was he didn't call HPD. HPD came down, they went shake me down. The victim said, oh, he got a gun, he gonna shoot me. And I had no gun. I knew already I could get away. And I told the cop, hey, you know, if you have a problem, let's go HPD, we'll go figure this out. He said, nah, if we need you, we'll find you. The cop went tricked me into thinking that I was gonna be able to get away. But little did I know that for the next 2 weeks, HPD was hot on my ass. Every time I stuck my head up to do a robbery or a burglary or whatever, HPD was on my ass. I couldn't even sleep. These guys, I couldn't even have one place to rest my head. I had to hide in alleys, I had to do all kind of crazy stuff, and eventually they caught me at the hotel in Waikiki. And of course the security beat me down right in front of the cops. They wouldn't wait till the security was done what they was doing. And I was trying to cry foul. Everybody would laugh. And I took my cracks and I went to the cell block and I spent the next 21 years straight in prison. And so why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you that what we bank on as criminals is that you gonna be complacent, that you gonna take long time for do what you need to do. And one thing on this commission that I respect, one person on this commission I respect to help push this issue, which I'm glad, Kali, you pointed in that direction. Randy used to be part of law enforcement. That's the reason why I respect that guy. Because I remember him when he was at DLNR. So he gets some kind of law enforcement understanding. I think you guys should take the lead from him when you guys do this pig, but try hurry up like that. Don't make this thing one long drawn out process. I want to compliment Dave in his presentation. It was freaking awesome sitting back there watching what he was doing. And I thinking to myself, if I was in a criminal element, I might be in a little bit trouble because of his approaches, what he's telling you. You guys need to act swiftly. In a criminal mindset, Your complacency, your slowness to act is what we bank on, because then we can get away. You see what I'm saying? So be swift about it. Take this issue seriously. And by the way, I gotta give a shout out to Anja Tupola. She was our rep for the West Side. She was a warrior before she came in office. She was a warrior when she was in office. She was a warrior for us when she's out of office. She's one of the only politicians I've ever seen, even out of office, even when she lost on race for the governor, she still was on Parkdale Street cleaning them up. You know what I mean? So this is our Tater, and we hope to get her in the governor's office one day. So remember that, Tupola for governor. And but yeah, I'm really impressed by Dave. You guys should really help him, give him the power. I'm a street guy. I know all the gang members. I did time with all of them. You know, they all know me. And I do a lot of legal work. And as far as that one issue that you didn't present, I can tell you what FBI told me. There was an incident in about 5 years ago. 18 USO members got tagged for criminal enterprise bringing drugs to Hawaii. I got a letter about 6 months later in the mail that my number was being tracked that whole time. Lucky for me, I never know that. If I knew that, I probably would have distanced myself from them, but that was my friends from inside. But lucky for me, I wasn't involved in a criminal activity because I just do legal work for people. And they understood that, my pro-officer knew it, everybody knew it, and that shocked me. So what that one part that he didn't present, that eventually you gotta give notice to the people that was on the investigation, that's a really good thing right there, Dave. That right there, gonna let everybody else know that you may have been slide by on something, but they're watching. And the next time your name come up again, you're gonna get tagged. You know what I mean? So that's a good point right there on that one. So yeah, right on. Bless you guys. Have a good day. I'll be back for geothermal.
Okay, the next testifier, Alan Cardenas. Oh, you're on mute.
Can you folks hear now?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, aloha chair, aloha commissioners. Thanks for this opportunity to testify in regards to what David then talked about. I talked to a number of our Ecclesia NSW leaders, neighborhood security watch leaders, and this is long overdue. We needed this pilot program years ago. I think it brings a fresh, powerful, effective, comprehensive approach to fast track things. And like Dimon said, we've got to quicken the response time. And I think this is a powerful way, maybe not perfect. We still may have to iron out some things, but I think this is needed. For our councilwoman, if she's still there, I want to encourage her to give Mike Lambert a break. We had on that gambling house next to the church, we had intel coming in Saturday morning on December 9th. In 1 week, with Cully's leadership, with our CPT team out there, and David and Mike Lambert, they was able to shut down that house in less than 1 week. So Councilwoman Tupola, give Major Lambert some slack. He has improved since the last town hall meeting. But I want to thank David, Kid, Major Lambert, mahalo you guys so much, and Cully, thank you so much. Thank you. I think we need to be. We have thousands of people waiting and dying on the homestead list. And then now we have people and they're with homestead leases and their families are causing all these, they have bad actors causing our community to be terrorized. And we are tired of being terrorized in our community. We don't want anybody to lose their lease. However, it's time that we stand together. Send a loud message. We're not going to tolerate this kind of behaviors anymore. And I believe that this pilot program is a step in the right direction. So thank you so much. I'll share more during the J agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. The next testifier, Princess Lehua Nani. Okay, you're on. Okay. You go to the next testifier. Bo Kahui. Oh, there she is again. Yep.
Aloha, can you hear me? Okay. I was trying to get my video on, so you know that it would be me, but it's not working. So in any event, thank you for the opportunity for providing testimony on this matter regarding the criminality in our community. I commend the department and the police department working in concert to eradicate these elements from our community. You know, these bad actors, as a previous testimony I mentioned, is affecting our community, and quite honestly, I think when you look at gambling in and of itself, I think there's this other equation that should be at least investigated. And I'm not advocating gambling, but it would appear to me when you look at the Native American Indian and the huge amount, the impact they're having in their organizations related to casino activities, organized casino activities, has reduced, the crime element in their community, has offered job opportunities and economic opportunities in their reservations, brought huge amounts of income. So I am totally against organized crime in the community, but maybe we need to organize this particular issue in which there is control by the department, or there is control by the police department. There is some kind of way in which we can derive significant income to help support our communities. And again, I'm not advocating anything, but I wish the department would look at that other side of this equation that would maybe the conclusions of which might surprise us. So again, I'm speaking privately and personally, not as a member of our organization, and as a personal. I mean, we go to, they call it the ninth island in Hawaii, Vegas. And they do that because many of our people go there to seek entertainment, and we're missing maybe an opportunity to investigate how this might become truly an economic driver for the department. So again, I'm not advocating it. Maybe studies that could better understand that side of the equation and have it more institutionalized and organized under the state as well as the department, in which we can reduce these elements in our community from creating this organized crime. So I thank you for your time. I respect the department and And the police department in its collaboration, I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Okay, thank you. Let's try Princess Lehua Nani again. Okay, you're on. Hello. Okay. Okay, your connection isn't working well, so. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next.
Can you guys hear me? Am I up?
Oh, okay. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Am I up next?
It's your turn.
Yeah, you can talk. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Princess Lehuanani. Aloha. Aloha, my name is Princess Lehuanani.
Aloha.
From the Kingdom of Maui. I'm on the waiting list for 30 years. Aloha. I wanted to go and share my concerning C6. Tepula, #1. Thank you so much, Tepula, Andrea, for pushing forward, for protecting us, especially on the west side, when concerning crime. Thank you, HPD, for putting this program together. I only wish you guys was here 20 years ago. My concern right now is that dealing, because with the evictions on Maui, when they have to evict us as Hawaiians off our lands, they use DLNR, Department of Land and Resource, to come and evict us. And they came, they never give no reason. They never give no, nothing, heads up. They just came and took our families out from their homes. So I thank you guys so much for at least, working the knots together, giving us time to work it out, giving us warning, because that's so important. That's so important to have a naka, be homeless or displaced. I am displaced right now. I live on Oahu, Wai'awa. I was arrested last year. I wish I had this program to protect us. Even if I'm not on the lease, I'm not on the land yet because you guys never give me an award. I want to say, if you guys had this program, then I wouldn't be arrested as a waitlister for 30 years. As waitlisters, we should still be protected also under this program, even if I'm not living on the land of the HHL, even if I'm not leasee, I should still be protected. I was illegally beaten, taken to jail, bruised. Nobody was there for me. I wish I had this program there for me so I could speak my truth. So thank you guys so much, DHHL. Thank you guys so much in giving us chance, cleaning up our communities, and also for Maui Kahiki Nui. Just had meetings couple days ago, and to hear, people showing finger, one association person showing finger to another, association, leader. Not good. Not good. That bring a threat to the land already. So please clean it up. Thank you guys so much. Mahalo ke akua, maruru, malama pono.
Okay, thank you. The next testifier, Ivalani McGrair. And Jody Akam.
Mahalo, Chair and Commissioners. I'm just testifying in behalf of a beneficiary of Kaupea Homestead, as well as a former neighborhood security watch in Kapolei that was initiated with Jody Akau. I am in support of what's happening on C6. We were able, as you know, Chair, to present about what we did in the NSW at our Maui Shaw Convention. And I just wanted to say, with the help of David Hoke and Kipakana, as well as HPD, and we initially started our neighborhood security watch on the county level with councilmen. As you can see, it has grown because District 8 does have a lot of crime, and we've also, as NSW, we have branched out into Nanakuli with Stacy Eli and the other homesteads. And this pilot program is something that I've seen that with all the problems we had, we didn't just address the problems. We looked at what the problems, and with the help of David and Kip, we were able to find solutions of what the problem has. And I think this pilot program will really address of a coordinated and collaborated effort that includes homestead beneficiaries to push out the crime that is happening and not be able to tolerate it or be afraid of retaliation. So this C6 project of the pilot program with the enforcement team is so needed. Jody and I will be able to share more on our J agenda in regards to a presentation we'll have to share with you folks, commissioners and chair.
Aloha, Jody Akao, and I would mahalo Kali and Dave and Kip. And I want to speak in behalf of all the Ecclesia NSW teams from the homesteads, and we want to support this project plan.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any comments or? Okay. David, good job, man. Let's see, the next item on the agenda is C4, approval of the report and recommendations of the permitted interaction group appointed pursuant to HRS 92-2.5 and the Hawaii Administrative Rules 10-216B1 to investigate, consider, and recommend changes, if any, to the Act 279 Strategic Plan and Budget. Mani Franda and Shireen Tam.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Kalani Franda from Office of the Chair standing in for LDD Administrator Stuart Matsunaga. With me today is Shireen Tam, also from our office. I want to express gratitude to the commissioners for their insights on this subject agenda item, and particularly 3 projects on the islands of Kauai and Molokai. And with that, I'll hand it over to Shireen.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. We were fortunate to receive word that the department is receiving some federal funds, $3.7 million for Ka'ulu'okahai and $2.7 for Laiopua. And this prompted us to take another look at how the monies are being allocated. Chair asked us to claw back some of the funds that had previously been encumbered for Wailuku, and Wailuku is still proceeding, but use those monies to restore funding for Anahola and for Ho'olehua and for Naiva. So those 3 will proceed as planned if the amended strategic plan gets approved.
Thank you.
Then what about the
Oh, and there's also $25 million being allocated for construction financing. We had originally indicated $100 million if future additional funds were allocated by the legislature, but by clawing back some of the monies from Wailuku, we're able to restore $25 million in fiscal '24.
What's the impact of that?
Impact of that should not be too dramatic. All of these projects are proceeding. They're either already under construction, as is the case for Laiopua, or awaiting a development agreement to be finalized for Ka'ulu'okahai. For Wailuku, they are still able to proceed with the initial infrastructure work as we go and ask for additional funds from the legislature to continue.
With the construction loan being provided by the department, how would that impact the cost to the homesteader for the cost of the house?
Cost of borrowing the money for the developer is less. So the amount that it takes to build the home that the beneficiary pays for is reduced accordingly. So it really helps make it much more affordable for our homesteaders.
Okay. So I was told it's about 17,000 per house. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Any questions?
Question.
Commissioner Wall?
My first time, go easy, yeah?
So while I was distracted, I think I heard the phrase claw back for Wailuku. So that caught my attention. So I would like to know what that actually means.
The department had fully encumbered 100% of the monies for Wailuku in fiscal '23, even though we did not need 100% of the funds yet to be able to proceed with the project. Okay. So we looked at what do we need right now, this instant, and what can we wait to spend on?
Okay.
And decided to go through a very lengthy process Chair has tried to explain to us a couple of times to unencumber part of the funds, make it available to support these other projects on Kauai and Molokai, and ask the legislature for additional funds. And they had a development agreement in place for Wailuku. The developer understands what we're trying to accomplish here and is willing to make amendments to that agreement.
Yeah, it
Okay,
was actually in part his suggestion, especially with the construction loan. He's aware of the significant savings, and by making those funds available for construction financing at no cost to the developer, there's a savings of about $17,000, according to the developer. So that would be made available for the Pu'uhona project. The vertical construction is gonna start probably this summer. So it's not only a way to save funds, especially since in the Wailuku project, the vertical construction isn't gonna start until the summer of 2026. So rather than letting the money just sit, let's use it, let's move some of the other projects forward, and especially capitalize on the infrastructure money that's being provided by the feds, which we also hope that will increase and make some of the phase 2 projects that we're looking at happen a lot sooner.
Okay, so just to be clear, so the money is, so did I hear you say going to Kauai and Molokai? So is that the 6 million for Molokai,
It
5
is.
million for Kauai? I support that. That's a good investment.
And 3.5 million.
3.5 million
For
for
3.5 for where?
For Ho'olehua.
I support that. We good, we good.
We got to support that. How about that?
Okay, mahalo.
Yes, well, thank you for the adjustment. I just want to make sure I'm reading for the right page. I got two of these.
I'm sorry, when I initially printed this morning in my rush to get it, I didn't realize not all the numbers printed properly.
Yeah, so
Got
is
down here, passed it out, saw it, and went back to
Is
fix
it
it.
the 9:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, yes, so thank you for moving the money back. I think our beneficiaries will be very happy. There's just one other thing is I still have some indifference to light tech rent to own on the 82 units on Pepe. I made note of that yesterday in the opening. So I'd like to see us do other types of funding if at all possible. Because, and then, we were talking about having a workshop on the light tech.
Yeah, we're gonna have it next month.
Very important. What I'm concerned about, and I think I made note of this before, is the management agreements. I think that's where we're having problems with how we're dealing with our beneficiaries moving forward. So, but anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate the moving the funds in.
A final question. So the Wailuku project you are speaking about, that's the one above Pu'uhona? Is that the one that's affected?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay, got it. Thank you. Sorry, Zach.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, both of you and Chair, for making the adjustments. I think the beneficiaries are probably elated right now. Know that, I guess when you try to advocate, lobby, and do the best you can for our people, and I think that is the main goal is to get those people that's been waiting for 39 and a half years to get started. So this is great. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Kaleikini.
Yeah, Sherry and Kalani, mahalo again for your presentation. I just want to state, I do not support rentals using 279, Act 279 money for the rentals, but I really do support all of this additional projects for Hawaii Island. Really appreciate that. Thank you guys for your guys' hard work.
Any other comments? Commissioner Marfil?
Mahalo ya kako for your support and for continuing to give us the information that we continue to ask for. So for mahalo for making those changes. But I wanted to share as a Oahu commissioners, specifically the Maili Development Project, I understand given the time and the money, why we're pushing that. And so as a commissioner, I support that decision. Mahalo.
And my thanks. I know that you folks are picking up a lot of slack for Stuart, and we wish Stuart well, but thank you for scrambling. You know, when money shows up overnight from the feds, and you're able to work at night to make sure that we get the updated plans, we appreciate that. So mahalo for all your hard work.
We have a couple.
Chair, sorry.
Oh,
It's me again, sorry. So when we talk about light tech, that's a recurring concern. One of the things I think I would like to suggest, in SB 2779, that bill was amended to include language that provides other opportunities for financing, various other types of opportunity for financing. And I would like to offer that up as a consideration to what we are trying to do with this planning. So it doesn't necessarily eliminate light tech, but it opens the door to other forms of funding. So no, it's here, but we can enter it into our plan.
That's fine. No, and I appreciate that suggestion. And I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about light tech, rent to own, which I think the workshop will clear up, because it is a very, very valuable option, which, to be quite frank about it, results in the lower income guys getting into home ownership, and more importantly, having the benefits of moving in immediately. You know, one of the major criticisms was this 15-year compliance wait. That we're changing, where we'll issue a homestead lease immediately. There's a right of survivorship and successorship immediately placed in conjunction with the this funding option that makes home ownership for the poor guys on our wait list a possibility. But we'll go through that in detail at the workshop, and whatever questions, as well as give you an update on the legislative proposals trying to deal with that issue. Sure. So I agree, you know, it's very complicated. It's the most complicated funding approach that only certain developers specialize in. Most of the developers, they don't do that. And so myself, having specialized in that for the last 20 years, you know, I can appreciate the value, especially on leveraging our money. For example, the Waipauli project, we're leveraging the 20 million, but we're also getting close to 70–80% of the construction cost from the sale of these tax credits, which we then pass on to the benefit of the homeowner. That's why instead of a condo or a townhouse costing 700,000, it's going to cost them under 200,000, because all this free, and I call it free money that's put into the mix, which is passed, that benefit is passed on to the homestead. But we'll get into that. I want you guys to fully understand it. We also, you know, in doing an assessment of the waiting list, we will go through our entire waiting list and categorize how many can do the turnkey, how many will do the rent to own, how many will do the habitat, as well as the owner builder. And I think if we have an assessment and clear definition of the income levels of the people on our waiting list, again, I don't want to bypass people. I don't think you guys want to. So this is an option, but let's look at other options. So.
Yeah, I think that's important. I do want to, as we prepare to vote, I would like that language inserted into the proposal.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Why don't you make a suggested amendment on the language to include the request for additional investigation for other funding sources or approaches?
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, maybe
you still got public comment.
I do know we have two people that want to testify. I guess maybe after they testify, we'll do a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
You did a good job. You okay, man? Blossom Patera?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So your discussion and has essentially informed me that my testimony is totally moot. I do want to extend my thanks to the chair for making those recommendations and amendments. I also want to share my thanks to the staff who I know work throughout the night to be able to get this done in a proper manner so that you'll be informed when you make your decision. So, you know, and regarding your discussion about LIHTC, I totally agree with Commissioner Wool. On the surface, it is a great program, but it's the execution that is causing us challenges. And I think until the department and the commission can figure out a way to address those in a timely manner, it's going to be real difficult. The word on the street is LIHTC is peel out. And our beneficiaries are no longer interested in taking that, as income constrained as they are, and now working with them to find other options in terms of getting them financially ready to be able to accept a lot. So I don't want to see that tool be taken off the tool belt yet. I think that there are ways and solutions that are that exist that we can utilize to help make the program better on the inside. And so I am more than happy to volunteer my time to come and have discussions with the commission on opportunities and alternative solutions that are available. Okay, so without that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blossom.
Blossom, it's always a good sign when our discussion makes your testimony moot. So, that means we're heading in the right direction.
Right. Yeah, I was really happy as I was listening to the conversation, and I think that for the kupuna that came from Kauai, it's great news for them. They can go back and share with our community what happened here today. Right. You know, and for the people on Molokai and the beneficiaries on Kauai, I think they'll be very, very happy with the result.
Yeah, Blossom, I just want to say thank you for your advocacy and meeting with our people on the west side. And our two new VIPs from Nihao.
Yes.
They're getting calls from their grandkids in the mainland, hey, Tutu, I saw you on TV. But they're very excited and really helps them. We look forward to getting together with the community and start preparing them for financing for our 82 units in Honopipi.
Yeah, so we've made a commitment to continue working with the community on a regular basis to help them get prepared.
Yeah.
So it's a new adventure, but it'll be a great one.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair.
The next testifier, Kina Storm.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am happy to hear about some of the changes. I've heard a lot of LIHTC discussion, low-income housing tax credits. And so I just wanted to share some mana'o as you move forward thinking about changes to the plan. Because the low-income housing tax credit program is for everybody statewide, right? It's for everybody, regardless of blood quantum. And so it's a very competitive program. Last year, there were 27 applications, and I believe only 6 received funding. So I think it's important to be aware that about 1 in 4 is actually approved, right? So when I looked at this plan, one concern I had in terms of the changes, and I'm not sure if everybody was made aware, even if Honopipi is no longer a LIHTC, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 proposed projects. And knowing that on average 1 out of 4 applications is approved by HHFDC, it wouldn't seem prudent to try to apply for, that many projects in 1 year, right? Because again, this agency would be competing with Catholic Charities and projects from Maui, with many developers across the state looking for that to fund rentals, right? So I'm just not sure. I think that would be an important part of the LIHTC discussion, is what are the chances that Hawaiian Homes would receive funding for the entire program, right? I mean, if all of these projects were to be approved in 2025, it would be the entire, essentially, LIHTC budget for that year. So in a similar way to where we don't know if the legislature will give $635 million this year, I mean, maybe they will, and that would be great. I think with LIHTC, you have to assume that 1 out of 4 projects actually is funded, and that Hawaiian Homes would be competing with everybody else across the state, if that makes sense. Yeah, so just, I mean, I know there's other reasons too, but I think that's important. Thank you.
Yeah, so Chair, just a quick question. So I know that, what I've learned, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's 2 buckets, the 4% and the 9%.
Right.
And then the 9% that we are throwing our hat into, they award 2 per year. Is that how it works? That's what I was told.
Yeah, usually it generates about 42 units. So I think we'll be able to leverage, and we'll probably end up getting the whole thing, but we also have submitted a 4% application too as a fallback. That one is, you know, the numbers also work. So it's 2 types of applications that went in for that.
Thank you.
And let me also respond to the comment. You know, one of the things that we're doing is the department is going to start being the developer rather than hiring and sharing a developer fee with you know, outside sources. As such, we do have a definite advantage. The fact that we have funding, which, as well as the ability to permit our projects unilaterally versus waiting for the Department of Planning permitting, as well as you know, we're using government lands. When you look at what they call a qualified allocation plan, and you add up the points that the department will be accessing because of a unique situation, we're going to, I wouldn't say dominate, but borderline dominate the process. So I'm looking very seriously at all these different changes, and you know, that will be explained at our workshop, so you guys can understand what's going on. The next,
I guess I just wanted to say, just to put out there, it might not make sense statewide if one agency is dominating a process that's built for everybody across the state, and it's not clear that beneficiaries really want this process. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I don't know if statewide that would be great to have one particular agency dominate a process. But anyway.
Thank you. I don't mind dominating, especially if it's going to get people off the wait list. So. Anyway, next testifier, Bo Kahui. I was going to say something. Yeah, you're good.
Aloha. I was hoping, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Bo Kahui, for the record, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Laiupua Community Development Corporation, a 501c3 corporation founded here at the Villages of Laiupua. With respect to item C4, we appreciate and stand by the implementation budget related to the Villages of Laiupua phase 2, Village 2 and 4, and more in particular, the development of a water source at the GNLS property. I raised this particular point about the resource development as it's taken many years, and we're hoping that, as far as I'm aware, the development agreement between or the acquisition has not occurred, and I understand the conditions under which that would get settled. But we have not received information as to whether or not the department had executed the agreement for this important water source that allows for the development of more housing in Kona. So we would like to get a status on that from the department. Secondly, with respect to LIHTC, one of the troubling problems we had maybe with the LIHTC and the development agreement with Village 4 was the lack of detail. I think with the development agreement with Ikaika Ohana at Village 4, we understand that, you know, the landscape and common areas were watered by our tenants. And the tenants were paying up to $1,800 water bills, which shouldn't have happened. And so these things, when looking at the plan, the actual subdivision plan and the landscape plan, these elements do have an impact on our community members as we try to find solutions for affordable housing through the LIHTC program. And I support the LIHTC program. I agree with Chair that we should dominate this whole thing because Native Hawaiians have been waiting way too long for housing as the host, as the indigenous people of this land. We shouldn't have been waiting. In addition to that, I'd like to make mention of an RFP 23 HHL 017 by 3W Corporation. That RFP, from what I understand, was a favorable RFP. It also provides a water opportunity on that particular initiative, of which there is a 52-acre development proposal to include housing, but more importantly, it has water on the property. It has the opportunity to provide the department for additional water sources, not just for that project, but for other projects throughout the West Hawaii region. So for that reason, I'd ask the department to relook, or if not, revisit that RFP 23 HHL 017 submitted by 3W Corp, in which there's a significant water source on that property for the purposes of meeting the water demands for the department's housing plan. In conclusion, there cannot be enough development. And when we look at the housing plan, one of the key things that come to mind is that we know that now with this implementation budget under Act 279, that housing is coming, but our people are dying still yet. And I think the encouraging thing that the department can do is begin to issue its undivided interest awards for potential projects, just like Laiopua, in which we have, 2 huge subdivisions, an estimated 500 more units planned. Yeah, and an undivided interest award that would provide the Native Hawaiian opportunities to live, give, and live behind their legacy for their keiki, their mo'opuna, their kama mo'opuna. So it's significant. It's a significant move, I think, because as we all know, when these homes are not going to get built overnight, but an undivided interest award could be struck in the next 30 days for planned units that are coming up. And I'd be glad to assist in that matter, as my daughter been waiting now for over 10 years on an undivided interest award in which my brother gave his award to her. So it's significant. So now my brother left his legacy to my daughter. This is how we can keep the legacy of our kupuna alive. I thank you for the time.
Thank you. The next testifier, Demont Manole.
Aloha again, Demont. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't going to testify in this one, but when I was home last night, we watched this whole commission meeting yesterday, and I just want to say that I want to honor our kupuna from Kauai. My grandpa Samuel Kalai Manaole was born in 1900 in Mana. You know, my great grandpa, John Manaole, is also from Kauai, from Mana. We get our name, Manaole, from Mana. I am my mother's son, Catherine and Malika Manaole. And in 2017, I went with Mahelani Meheula, who used to be with Hawaii Community Assets. She was doing community outreach and I was doing paralegal services. And I went with her to Kekaha. And then that morning we was there was a kupuna wahine with her mo'upuna over there. And she was talking. You know that dialect, that's not a manufactured UH dialect. That is original. When I was 6th grade, I was chosen to be kahuna at our May Day program. My mother, you could never stump her in anything. When I came home and I told her I was going to be the kahuna for the May Day program, she blew her mind and she was talking. She told my baby sister, go upstairs. No, come downstairs. I've got to talk to your brother. She sat me down, and in that dialect, she told me, I didn't understand it. And at the end, she told me, I know you don't understand what I said. So she ended up telling me in English what she said. So when I hear you, I hear the kupuna that day. There was a husband and wife, and I noticed that the way they communicate, they would sit like this, one over here, one over here. They never look at each other in the eye, but they would talk to each other. People who say nana kuli don't understand what that truly means. But if you understand the origin of our language and our people and how we communicate, forgive me for looking at you like that. I appreciate you being here. I want to thank you how much it means. Now, I'm a supporter of Waipoli, giving full disclosure, but I support you as well. I support me. I'm still waiting on a wait list. My mom died on the wait list in 1995 after 30 years. She died of lung cancer. I was in prison when she died. I don't want to be the second generation to die. So I too want my land. That's what I want. But not for me to say to the next person what they should or should not have. So I'm going to push for that. But as for you, I support you 100%, all of you. All people from Kauai, because we are Kauai people. We're not Kamehameha people. Aloha.
Next testifier, Princess Leho Nani.
Aloha. Thank you, Commissioner. Princess Lehuanani Kumaeva Kaina Kaleo Momona. Yesterday I listened to Aloha Smith. She was raised in Kihei. I also was raised in Southside Kihei. I brought my 4 kids raised in Kihei, Southside. I want to talk about you guys' plans, Act 279 concerning Kamakani. In Kihei, that's a new subdivision you guys planning to put up. Just to let you guys know, you know what Kamakani means? Ka means the wind, and Makani means, Ka means the, and Makani means the wind. And if you're from Southside Kihei, you know after 12 o'clock, we get strong wind. We get dust bows. So in this area yesterday, yeah, Aloha Smith, who was also raised Southside Kihei, I know the family behind Maui Lu, the Brewsters, Hunters, the family, the Lesters. I know them well because when they was on Maui Lu, I was on the opposite side. I raised my 4 kids through the store. So we from there, homegrown Kihei side. She was talking about the land, how the ground is toxic. It is, especially now with all the floods, waters and run through all that land. One other thing is I wanted to bring out too was 20 years. You guys when talk about one other place in Kihei South Side. You guys will name them Pulehu Nui. Yeah, Pulehu Nui subdivision 20 years ago. And that was where the Mokulele Highway, you guys call them the vets now, road. But you guys 20 years ago was going to give us 100-something acres. But I look at that, I was against that totally. I even told like Blossom, she was one of the directors for that. And I said, you know what? You guys putting us Kanakas, yeah, in you guys' plans in one dust bowl. And then years and years of chemical poison for plantation. And then you get scorpions and centipedes. That's where you guys was control us. I've been waiting for 30 years. And now to see that you guys control us in lands that is dust, yeah, bowl, centipede, scorpions, no water running, not fresh water, not Chukihe, not to the lands that you guys gonna give us. I'm next on the list. You know, I was waiting for 30 years for go Lahaina. Off fire, toxin. Now I'm waiting to go Kihe. Another option I have where I raise me and my kids. And cannot now. Because why? Also from plantation toxins. If you guys gonna give us land on South Side, please, Commissioner, please look into the maps. Please send us Kanakas where we belong, in Makena. In Makena, where all the beautiful lands is. Stop putting us in dust, dirty, peel out lands. Put us where we can go and go fishing in Makena. Put us where water can come down to our lands, where we can make and live off the land. Right now, you guys throwing us in condos. You guys throwing us, when I had a 2-acre land, you like throw me now in a condo. You know, please look into these things when you guys doing your guys plannings. Please look into us who was born and raised there. Us Kukanaka Mooles, who breathe the ha and live the land traditional Kukanaka. Thank you guys so much. Mahalo. Aloha. Maruru.
Thank you. The next testifier, Liko Rollins.
I'm here, hold on. Trying to get my video going. Oh, okay, good morning. I had come in after the speaker had talked on C4, so I didn't get the name and the department that she belonged to, but my ears caught Naiva and Ho'olihua on Molokai, and I had to say something. It's a homestead that has been waiting for, as Commissioner Helm said, over 30, close to 39 years to develop. And if this money does come this way, I don't want to say if, when the money comes this way, it would be very beneficial to be able to complete the process to get the lands ready to be divided. I know it's divided on map, but it's not as far as the county, Maui County. Each of the properties do not have their own TMK, so they still cannot build. I was told by land development that they will be starting construction at the end of 2024, and that it would take 18 months before the thing is completed. So that's like adding 2 more years. I don't know what the holdup is, but just hearing that there is money coming the way of Naiva. I am currently Naiva Homestead Association's president, and I was elated to hear that there is money that is coming our way. And I just thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak. For the record, my name is Liko Rollins Wallace. My married name is Wallace. Thank you, Leah. Anyway, mahalo. and you'll be hearing me later on in the J agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Kapua Kiliko Kamai.
Aloha, mahalo for this opportunity to speak again. Let me pull over. So I'm glad to speak to C4 again. I'm sorry, I just came in on the meeting, so I don't know what transpired prior to this. Let me turn this off. Okay, so I hope you folks are not making the decision today. I know that we need to move, and we need to move quickly. And I know that the chair has had the staff do a lot of good work. Unfortunately, the mismanagement I was referring to yesterday was on the priorities, the resources, and the time. Look at the time that where we're at. It's sad to say that we have to choose, between what should have been, could have been, everything that was decided on last year. That's the course that we should stay on. However, resources have been redirected. So absent receiving additional monies, we're not going to have all of those people that were waiting. And, Commissioner Kaneakua, I heard you mention something about the Maili project as to why the Maili project is set back. I think for me, I'm having some confusion as to why it's set back, other than that's the chair's prerogative, which I think is punitive. He, as that former developer, should have done Ulukekukui years ago. But the other 280 homes, which could have been anywhere between 240 and 350, that was mixed use homes. And as I stated yesterday, there are people that do want rentals. But to continue to build kupuna housing, what legacy to these kupuna are they going to leave their family? That is a limitation. That's not something that you want for 99 years or 199 years. But some people will settle because it's better than what they've got. And we need to get out of that. You need to settle because this is what I'm offering you. Would you settle? Or would you continue to stay the course and wait for what Prince Kuhio wants this department and you commissioners to do? To provide a home to where not only the family that moves in, but the mo'o of the mo'o to still be there. At 199 years later, yes, some will take that rental. Some will take that. But let's not overbuild. And in Maili, we had 2 separate projects. So let's not mix Ulukekukui, kupuna housing, with the other mixed-use housing, please. That needs to get back onto phase 1. Because phase 2, I mean, when you watch the legislature and they're talking about the funding, it's not going to happen. I mean, unless you and Governor, Chair Watson, unless you and the governor have some shaky business going on, even I would question that. And I prioritize us. But at the same time, our Department of Education, our children, our ag. We need to stop the invasive species. So yes, we have waited, but there are other people's waiting. So put Maili back on 2024. Let's not be so political about what we're doing. Let's be pono about it. And mahalo for serving, commissioners. I know that we're having you in a hard spot, but you are in our hearts, you are in our prayers. So we thank you all. And to the diligent staff. Mahalo nui. Hui hou.
Okay, let's see. Is that it? Okay. Just. Well, Randy, on the incorporating the language on a bill that's pending, it's kind of uncertain now if it's going to pass or not. Or whether you want to incorporate something that's pending.
Yeah, I want to incorporate that portion of the bill that creates additional opportunities for how we develop.
Right. I'm not familiar with this. Is this a bill regarding the 15-year period? The
It's Bill 2779. And what it was initially when it was being brought before Hawaiian Affairs Committee, it was essentially looking at wait list reduction, utilizing rent with option to purchase apartments, townhouses, all of those things that, you know, a blood clot was forming for me, to be honest. and so I did in my mana'o to Senator Shimabukuro, instead of just objecting to it, I submitted 4 conditions for consideration, which they put into the bill. And so number 1 was to ensure that we adhere to the original PIG recommendations, which was incorporated into the bill. We don't have to do that one because I'm more interested in creating additional financial opportunities that do not lock us into LIHTC. So that is the portions I want to read into the amendment.
Okay, well, yeah, I'd be okay with that, but adding a particular bill that none of us has versed on, and especially at this late moment, I don't think that would be appropriate.
Yes, so
None
it's
of us
just
know that bill, and for us to just include it and then vote and include it, that's not happening.
okay. So I guess the way I would like to have everyone think about this, it's not us adopting the bill; it's adopting language that commits all of us to looking at additional methodologies for financing projects that do not lock us into LIHTC alone, because that is a contentious subject right now. And so this doesn't eliminate LIHTC, but what it does is it broadens what is available to us.
That's great.
Okay.
Why don't you just do a sentence saying exactly what you said?
Jeez, I can't remember what I just said.
Somebody recording this? Put on a recorder.
So I guess let me. So in reference to SB 2779.
No, I don't want that reference. That's
okay, so
what you want to do.
So I would have to I would have to read it into the record if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, okay. Why don't you share that with us?
Okay. Let me pull it up. Okay. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna take out item number 1, because that commits us to the former PIG
Yeah, we're not doing.
record, so we'll take that out.
Okay.
So I would like to amend the proposal to include the following language: utilize trust assets and formulate plans, proposals, and budget requests that shall cause the immediate reduction in the number of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries on the department's wait list. To utilize the beneficiary survey conducted in 2020 to guide decision-making and consult Native Hawaiian beneficiaries as deemed necessary to ensure that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands serves in their best interests. In addition, consider all models of development and financial opportunities that may assist beneficiaries to acquiring lease awards, including 1, development models for affordable and mutual self-help organizations, including Habitat for Humanity. Number 2, programs such as the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act for mortgage down payment assistance. Number 3, partnerships with community development financial institutions. And number 4, suggestions, ideas, and discussions that improve the manner in which Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and the department achieve these goals. And that was it.
That's your motion. Is there a second?
That's the motion.
Second.
Okay, moved in second, we've got an amendment. I guess we don't repeat it, it's in the record.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any discussion? Not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that amendment, and then, with respect to the, revised, which includes the 3 other projects, the chair will entertain a motion, with the amendment, already adopted for the adoption of this, revised, strategic plan that has, identified the specific projects as well as the, revised the budget. Is there a motion for that?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
When we take a break again?
Yeah. Let's take a
Short recess.
What's that?
Yeah. Because this.
Oh, no.
What's in here is our DHHL.
So that was,
Yeah.
The ladies getting interviewed out here
Oh, I see.
yesterday.
On Channel 4.
Where is
It was empty.
Russell?
Itiboki.
Oh, by Zoom, okay. Okay, the commission meeting is called to order. The next item on the agenda is C7, which is approval of the report and recommendations of the permitted interaction group, which was to study, evaluate, and recommend strategies related to geothermal exploration, feasibility, extraction, and/or use on Hawaiian homelands. And the presenter will be Russell Kaupu.
Russell, you get paid.
Russell, who?
Russell, you get paid. Hey, Russell.
Wait, you guys all short in your age, bro.
Yep. What was your order?
Hey, Leo.
Oh, there you go. Okay, Russell.
Commissioners, Chair, Russell Kopu. I am with the Office of the Chair. I'm staff to the PIG for geothermal exploration. At last month's meeting, Makai Freitas, Commissioner Freitas, presented the report that's in your packet. At that time, we were willing to address any questions, but we were informed that we need to wait to this meeting to do that. So that was why it's on the agenda. In the interim, between meetings, we were informed that the PIG needs to be dissolved and reconstituted because the PIG only has a certain lifespan until you do the work that you were set out to do. So I guess that's also up for consideration for the chair, whether we want a newly constituted PIG put in place.
How would you like to proceed?
So I guess I need some guidance from the AG. Are we still addressing questions from last meeting related to the report that the PIG submitted to the commission?
So yeah, you can address questions relating to the last report at the last meeting.
Okay.
Action item, Russ, where it's approval of the report. So it's an action item for it. It's not just questions. You're aware of that, right? Are there any changes to that report?
Russ.
Go ahead, Makai, but
Yeah,
I don't.
the only,
Yeah, go ahead.
no real changes. You know, some of the questions or statements that were made up last time, that came in last time, were of course, you know, based on beneficiary consultation, which understandably we're going to have to do an extensive version of that. In the last PIG meeting we had with Lily and Andrew, they had some pretty good points, and they brought to light that we are redoing or going to update the Hawaiian Island plan, as well as implement the Aina Mauna Committee. For those of you who remember, the Aina Mauna Committee was something that was brought up our meeting in Hilo to deal with some of the hunting issues, cattle issues, ungulate issues, as well as the conservation issues surrounding Mauna Kea. So because of those two reasons, they felt that it'd be premature to move forward with beneficiary consultation strictly related to geothermal, as opposed to starting off with the updating the Hawaiian Island Plan and seeing where geothermal or alternative energy fits into the beneficiary's view of the Hawaii Island Plan moving forward. So those are only small tweaks.
Okay, so is the recommendation that we just kind of defer till we do community consultations, or?
I think Russell or Mike, stop me if I'm wrong, but I think the recommendation was the staff is currently in the process of setting up beneficiary consultation for the Hawaii Island Plan. And in those meetings, they'll implement where geothermal is, where they feel geothermal fits into the Hawaii Island Plan. So they're all kind of attached with it.
Yeah, okay, my apologies. This is just for information. There's no action.
Okay.
My apologies.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chair, I believe it says for information. I was confused as to
My
what it was.
apologies. Okay, there's no action. So at a minimum, I don't know if you guys want to summarize the report, or you guys want to just open up to questions, since I believe you guys already presented it, didn't you already?
Yeah, we can open for questions from commissioners or from anybody in the audience.
Okay.
I just have, Chair, I just have a question actually for the AG, and it can be done in open session. It's just, there was a comment about the amount of time that the PIG can operate. Is there a restriction on the amount of time?
So I believe that the PIG, it's when it's constituted and after the information only, when they present it, it becomes dissolved at that point. So if more work is required, then the chair can reappoint the PIG for that purpose.
Okay. So if the PIG was active and just gave a status report, that would continue the PIG?
I'm sorry, is the question that if there's just a status report?
If it's just a status report, because I remember when we did the strategic plan, we gave status reports as we moved along. The PIG was like over 6 months.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think that you can just come in for a status report. I think it still needs to be reappointed by the chair once it's presented.
Yeah, we had a, I'd like to get a little more clarity on that, because it seems like we're changing. I mean, to reestablish another PIG every time we provide a report, if there's more information, now we got to do the PIG. I mean, chair's going to be going piggy. But anyway, a clarification down the road from the AG would help.
So at a minimum, I could just continue the PIG.
Yeah, reappoint it.
Yeah.
Why don't I just do that, so it's not a question?
Yeah, because I think there's still items are
Yeah,
open.
you still got some outstanding items.
Right.
Now, Russell, you're in the PIG, or were you a commissioner, or?
I was on the PIG I was when I was a commissioner, and then when I stepped off the commission, I stepped out of the PIG, but then was appointed as staff to the PIG, and I'd like to do that, continue that. And I'd also like to suggest that Commissioner Freitas would be the person to be the chair. He's been chairing our meetings lately.
Well, let me ask, is there any, I think that opens it up to allow me to add another commissioner, if there is any commissioner that would like to serve on the PIG. If not, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think. Anybody, no?
No, I'm picked out.
Nobody's raising their hands. Okay. We'll stay with the PIG. We'll continue it.
Hey, thanks guys, appreciate it.
Okay.
You're welcome.
We're behind you all the way.
We got your back.
Yeah, you guys must know something I don't over there.
Okay, well, how about questions? Or did you guys want to give a brief summary of your guys' findings?
Chair, can I ask? Jeremy, I asked the AG just to clarify, is the PIG, are we just not supposed to report back? We just wait until the work's done before we report back, because reporting back requires a new PIG to be formed?
Yes, that's so the idea is that the PIG can conduct its investigation as long as it needs, but once it reports to the commission, it would be dissolved at that point. So you can continue working. There's no time restriction per se, but once you report it, then technically the purpose of the PIG is
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, if
Got
you look
it.
at
So-
the
so-
thing that was submitted, it does say final report presentation. That's in our handout. So.
Yeah, so that reference, Chair, was to, as part of the work, there was a consultant that was engaged to do some feasibility study, and they presented their final report. Yeah. So I think the learning point is we just don't schedule these interim kind of check back in with the commission reports. We just continue the work until we're done, and then come back to the commission once, it sounds like.
Well, I think the commission would probably like to have maybe status reports.
I would think so, but I don't think the AG.
I like see her lose.
Yeah.
I believe what the AG is saying is that if we did a status report, you have to reauthorize a PIG. Is that correct?
If it's really?
Yeah.
That's correct. If you present your findings, then the PIG would be dissolved at that point, and if further work is needed, then it would be needed reappointed, clarifying the scope of work moving forward.
Right. So it'd be a matter of just reassigning the same PIG to the project to continue.
Okay.
Right.
In any event,
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Russ.
No, we can do that, Chair. So to the extent we come with a status report, we'll just add to the recommended action that the PIG be reappointed or reconstituted for the continuing work.
Sure.
That seems to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then how long can the PIG last?
Long as you want.
They have 6 months.
Forever.
There's no temporal restriction. It's until their investigation.
There's no.
So.
Okay. Let's see. On this report, do you guys want to talk about it or just open it to questions? I think it would be helpful, especially for the audience, to hear what you guys have to say about the final report presentation by your consultant.
Okay, Makai, you did the report last meeting. Just summarize that same kind of report, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna summarize best I can. If I missed anything, please ask questions. I can circle back. So we hired a consultant to do basically, to look and to survey particular areas on the Department of Hawaiian lands, to look at geothermal potential. And based on what the surveys they did, I guess experiments, so forth, they found a few key areas: Ka'u, Kauai High, but also the most promising area was in the Humu'ula area. So based on the finding, we would like to proceed, and we are going through legislation right now asking for $6 million to take the next step. The next step in this process is slim hole drilling as well as geophysics. Geophysics is more of a sonar radar kind of detection mechanism to see where the best spots for potential drilling is. And also in that the parameter of the $6 million ask, we are looking into furthering with a consultation for people who are experts in this field. So that's kind of the gist of it. Any questions?
Did you guys have, I ran into Mark Glick with
Yes.
the Energy Office, and
Okay.
he was mentioning that it's either $5 million.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. At the Ways and Means Committee meeting we had in Hilo, it was on November 7th. Mark Lick was there, and he also let us know that he's willing to give us $5 million for the next step of this project as well. So I think, this is something I think that we feel we should move forward in. And I think moving forward with the strategy of implementing it into the Hawaii Island plan, I think is a good idea.
Yeah, recall that he also mentioned that there's a certain deadline on the use of the funds, like 14 months, to actually have it expended by then. I don't know if you guys had any meetings with them, but you know, I guess my question would be, let's assume we want to use the money, whether or not we need to have some kind of commission action to authorize the use of the funds, as well as possibly the site. I know there's certain areas that are more, this seems a lot more likely to have the kind of use we want of it. But you know, I gotta make sure that we do it in the right way. That if we are to enter into a relationship with the energy office, that we do it pursuant to authorization from the commission to move forward. So I would, why don't we do this? You guys have your meetings, and then at the next commission meeting, once you guys make a recommendation as to where we should go, I mean, we don't have much time if we're going to use that $5 million, and I'm not so sure we're going to get the $6 million, especially considering the financial condition of the state at this point. So let's take advantage of the use of the money, and once you guys check it out, and then maybe have a recommendation, and maybe for action item too. Okay?
Okay, good.
Any questions or comments? No. So I guess you guys are on your own because nobody wanted to join your committee. But anyway, okay, I guess that's it. Oh, testimony. Dimon? Manoli?
Okay, well, Dimon Kalai Manole, again, Ho'omanapono, LC. So I support geothermal, and one of the main reasons why I support geothermal is because I'm very close to Auntie Mililani Trask, and I've had extensive discussions with her about geothermal, all the way from cultural issues to even just practical issues in dealing with energy and whatnot. And so I believe, you know, there's gotta be a give and take. One way or another, geothermal gonna end up happening. And like I believe about politics in this state, either you're on the menu or you gonna be the menu. So the only problem I get when I went go through the packet, and by the way, that 505-page packet, I seen them posted 7 o'clock Friday night. I got through reading at 2:30 in the morning, Saturday morning. So 505 pages, but it was unreal reading. So one thing that would catch my eye was this one on page 2 of the submittal. It says, in addition to providing legislative support for the $6 million request, the PIG will engage in further discussion and consideration of DHHL's role in geothermal development, specifically consideration for private-public partnerships, straight ground lease with other compensation, in parentheses it says royalties, etc., and proper community outreach, beneficiary consultation, etc. You know that one right there, royalties. I remember why Abercrombie, when asked the Attorney General's opinion back in 2011 about who gets the royalties from geothermal, and there was straight out 100% go to DHHL, okay? And then Abercrombie signed the bill that says any royalties from geothermal on Hawaiian homelands gotta go to Hawaiian homelands. So if that's the case, and we get people gonna come in and use our land to make business for their geothermal, I don't can see us giving them as part of one deal, the package, our royalties. I think those royalties should stay with us so we can use those royalties to build homes. So I don't know what the intent of including royalties inside this is, but I would hope that you guys discuss this and not give away as on deal to anybody that gonna do geothermal on our homelands, our royalties. Now, royalties is only a small percentage of the whole monies that is pulled in, but that's ours. That's for us, for the beneficiaries, not for companies So I just like you guys consider
Yeah.
that.
Can I respond to that?
We support you, Russell and Mackay, on this thing. And I'm glad that they get one big guy as on target for take the lead on the PIG. That's why everybody like come over there and support you. No worry, we got you, bro. We got you back, way back over here. Aloha.
Thank you guys.
Okay, Bo Kahui.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to get my video on. Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Laiupo Community Development Corporation. Part of our mission is the creation of renewable energy. It is part of our mission. And previously, we applied for and participated in the Kalailoa PV project. We did not get the bid for that. But this particular renewable energy plant is important in so many reasons. I think more importantly, the fact that the Attorney General has already indicated that 100% of the proceeds of renewable energy revenues will go back to the department. And hopefully those revenues are allocated in some way to cut our energy costs for our homesteaders. There's much more that I'd like to speak on. I raised my hand when Mackay was asking for guys that wanted to join him on the committee. I'd be willing to join Mackay on the committee to serve as a community beneficiary, community person, if the department so choose so. But on that note, thank you, Mackay, for serving in this capacity. We look forward to the next report. Mahalo.
That's last testifier. Okay. Okay, thank you. One more. Oh, okay. Lehu.
You're gonna go geothermal. Oh, got a new picture. Same hat.
Aloha. Princess Lehuanani Kumaeva Kaina Kaleo Momona. Thank you so much for giving me this time. I took the time to go Big Island. I met up with this guy named Mike Kalekini. I think he was in charge of your of the what you call it, the geothermal plant there. I took a tour, a personal tour with him on the geothermal plant. It was all about digging into Madam Pelle's heart. That's what I got from the geothermal when I went to the plant. It's all about digging into Madam Pelle's heart. If those on Mauna Kea went up there to save Mauna Kea, this is not a way to save Pele. What he went show me when I went on my tour, I don't know if you guys, the HHL, had any of you went on the tour before Madam Pele burnt it down to the ground. I went and talked to him, and I told the guy that was in charge, please stop what you guys doing. You guys are digging into the heart of Madam Pele. You guys are doing them on the island of Big Island. This is such a bad trade-off for Madam Pele, giving her energy for we as Hawaiians can be on her land. Please, as on Kukanaka Mo'ole, I'm asking to rethink it, because this geothermal is not good for our islands. It's not good for digging into Madam Pele. I thank you guys for all you guys doing. Thank you for giving me this time. I'm talking from my ancestor. My ancestor is telling me, please, reconsider this, what you guys doing, digging into the heart of Madam Pele, doing geothermal. You know, the fire came from Madam Pele, and that's one thing that she burnt was the entire plant of geothermal. Thank you so much for giving me this time. Mahalo kia kua, maruru, eyo, eya, for the Kingdom of Maui.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to start the J agenda.
Sure.
Oh,
I just want to make a brief comment.
Okay.
Just to clarify, so Princess Lehuanani was saying that the plant was burnt down and covered by Madam Pele. That's not what happened. So the lava eruption went around the geothermal facility, and it's back in operation. So, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
And then regarding the pig, so we can do an executive session next month just to talk about the parameters of a pig if the commission wants that.
Great.
And then also if the commission wants to reappoint the geothermal pig, then that should be done at an agendized meeting next month if that's what.
Oh,
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to get into the J agenda. Let me just say that there are 27 people that have signed up, and obviously we're not going to be able to get through all of them, especially if we're going to go 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the time so that more people can testify to 10 minutes. But even with that, that's 4.5 hours of testimony. So if you are testifying and you can get it done earlier, please do, so that maybe some of the others can testify. And if you are testifying, please do not go beyond the 10 minutes, because that's very disrespectful of others that are waiting to testify. So, okay, with that said, we'll start with Walter Rollins. Next one? Okay. Aina aloha, Ioni.
Aloha. I have a new thing in the front of me, so I cannot tell if you guys are seeing me. I have a timer. Mahalo lia. Okay. Aloha mai kako e na kia aina pula pula. As we begin 2024, I would like to introduce you to the newly elected Maha Executive Board. Oh, Leah, my timer didn't start. Okay. Maha is the governing body representing the Native Hawaiian beneficiaries on the Hawaii Island waitlist, stewarding the lands of King's Landing, Keukaha Tract 2 under ROE 716. Hawaiian beneficiaries have been stewarding the Aina of King's Landing since 1982, when Kupuna William Kulakauka Pakani and Keli'i Skipi Ioane and their ohana formed Maha, Malama Ka'aina Hana Ka'aina. Our newly elected executive board consists of the second generation of King's Landing village keiki, who have now grown up and returned to the village to hapai our kuleana and participate in the self-governing of our village community. Maha's president is myself, Aina Aloha Waika'alulu Ioane. I was born at home at Waika'alulu Bay in King's Landing. Dad and mom raised 6 kids in King's Landing and welcomed their first grandchild while living there. Dad was Maha's first president in 1982, and mom, Carol Ioane, was Maha's first treasurer and secretary. I served as Maha's board support for the past 3 years and am honored at the opportunity to hapai the kuleana for my community. Maha's vice president is Gracie Pakani, granddaughter of founding Maha member Uncle Bill William Kulakauka Pakani. The Pakani Ohana is evidence of successful Hawaiian beneficiary rehabilitation in King's Landing for over 50 years. Gracie would like to take some time to introduce herself. Leah, if you could let her in at this time.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, Gracie.
Aloha and good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Gracie Pakani Flores. I'm the newly elected Vice President for Malama Ka'aina Hana Ka'aina King's Landing Community Association. My grandfather, William Kulakauka Pakani, was one of the original founding members of Maha, making me the second generation to serve on Maha's executive board. I come from 5 generations of my ohana that was raised in King's Landing at Waikava Bay. I'm very excited and eager to take on this new role and work closely with our members and the department to address the needs and concerns of our community, as well as to continue our movement to accomplish our goals as an association. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo, Gracie. Maha's secretary is Navai Laimana, daughter of Uncle Francis Laimana, former Maha president. Navai is a hula practitioner and was raised in Kings Landing as a child. The Laimana Ohana is evidence of successful Hawaiian beneficiary rehabilitation in Kings Landing for over 40 years. Maha's treasurer is Lehua Nani Ange, daughter of beneficiary Joseph Ange. Lehua was raised in Kings Landing as a child and has successfully raised her 4 boys in Kings Landing. In 2024, Maha's settlement plan and EA will come before the commissioners for approval. The settlement plan process began for us in December of 2022, which was a result of the recommendation from the PAG on Kings Landing, and I'd like to mahalo nui that hui. As part of the recommendation given and approved in February of 2022 was the establishment of an investigative committee on Kings Landing Phase 2, and I will take this time to read from that February 2022 recommendation. The committee further recognizes that there are several unique issues related to what and how best to proceed in this intervening period between the present situation and the implementation of a longer land use, e.g. Kuleana Homestead. Therefore, the committee recommends a new investigative committee on Kings Landing Phase 2 Committee, be established to investigate, discuss, vet, and recommend the best course of action to address the issues associated with transition that may include the terms of a new disposition, enforcement roles and responsibility, mitigating existing environmental concerns, and use of undivided interest lease as an interim step. It is recommended that the members of the Kings Landing Phase 2 Committee include Commissioner David Ka'apu, Michael Kalekini, Randy Awo, and Chair William Ayla. Maha is wanting to engage with the Kings Landing Phase 2 Committee so that we can have these much-needed conversations. 60% of Maha's community is over the age of 62 and are wanting to discuss the use of undivided interest lease as an interim step. Maha is wanting to discuss the strong beneficiary consultation community request for Kings Landing to create a criteria specific for lot selection requirements. Maha is wanting to continue the conversation of safety concerns and gate security issues since they have greatly increased over the past 2 months and within the last 3 years as we continue to work with department staff on the appropriate steps forward. It has been 2 years since the PAG on Kings Landing last visit, and there are only 2 commissioners left of the original committee. Maha would like to ask the commissioners to come and visit Kings Landing for an opportunity to see what you will be making decisions on. Mahalo nui ya oko and mahalo nui ike yava. Aloha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, Randy Akau.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Randy Akau. I'm the president of the Kanahili Community Association. My appearance today is just to confirm that the Kanahili Community Association has electronically submitted an application for long-term use of Hawaiian homelands. This references my last testimony last year regarding the 2.189 acre parcel on the corner of Kapolei Parkway and Kekahili Street. I just wanted this to be on record, Chair.
Sure.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Walter Rollins.
Oh, down
Okay, I can see you.
There you go. It's a lot better.
Chair
Watson
and the
they can see you.
commissioners,
Ask if they
my
can
name
see
is
you.
Timothy Maya,
Ask if they can see you.
Commander for the Veterans of
Ask them
Molokai,
if they can see
and
you.
I'm here with my President Walter Rollins for the Homesteaders Association. We are here to give testimony of the Holyoke Veterans and Residents Center in Molokai. In 2017, $4 million was appropriated to the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans to build a veteran center. DHHL graciously agreed for a veteran center to be built on DHHL lands, provided that the veteran center agreed for a veteran center to be built on the land to include the DHHL's beneficiaries, both veterans and non-veterans. When the Veterans Board explained to DHHL that the makeup of their 450 members, of which 300 resided on Molokai, includes beneficiaries, which amounted to 150 at the time. DHHL was satisfied and an agreement in good faith and trust between the two parties were made. This agreement is documented, stating that the $4 million will be turned over to DHHL to build a portfolio of veterans and resident center, and giving the license to Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans. To further ensure that the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans will keep their promise in this agreement or contract, we have within our organization a homestead, which is the Association for Veterans, under the leadership of Walter Rollins. I give you now Walter Rollins, President.
Commissioner Watson, and to the rest of the commissioners, my name is Walter Rollins. I'm a kupuna, and I'm the president for the Homestead Association for Veterans. We work together with the Molokai Veterans Association to manage the Holy Hua Veteran and Center to ensure that
we're on board now.
To ensure the commission that both veterans and non-veteran beneficiaries will be served. We work together with the Molokai Veterans Committee to manage the Holy Hua Veterans and Resident Center and ensure that DHHL mission to serve its beneficiaries will be fulfilled. The following documents are for you to view. One, $4 million were appropriated by Senator Lindy Coy to the legislature for a Molokai Veteran Center, HB 1700. Number two, June 2017 meeting minutes in attendance, DHHL G70 and the Molokai Veterans for Veterans Board. Page 3, purpose 2 and 3. Under DHHL and G70, they had met with the Molokai Veterans Association at the center at Karakakai. Only DHHL agreed to be allocated the funds in order to build a center on DHHL property, Lanikeha Community Center, and in return, lease the new facility to the veteran group. Bullet 3, the veteran group agreed and noted that they have nearly 450 members, of which 300 are veterans on the island. About 1.5 of the region of Hawaiian homeland beneficiaries are on Hawaiian homeland. We are hopeful for the Commissioner's support to ensure that the good faith and the trust agreement be made between the Molokai Veteran Caring for Veterans and the Department of Hawaiian Homeland accomplished.
Are there any questions?
No. Any questions? No. Okay. No. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. The next testifier, Lillian Kaeha.
Okay, we're done. Hello, Irene?
Yeah.
Did you hear? Would you hear?
Lillian Kaeha. Okay, we'll come back there. Next testify, Ivalani McBride.
Just give us a heads up.
And
She don't know what's actually. She supporting. Rather than the whole.
Hi there, okay. I'm going to be sharing about our NSW. And let's start with what is our mission? Prince Kuhil believes that the future of the Hawaiian community and its people could be protected and promoted only through an organized effort by Hawaiian leadership. Our Ecclesia NSW Neighborhood Security Watch homesteads showed their leadership through the legacy of our Prince Kuhil in protecting our land and his people. Our mission is to help bring awareness to our communities about the prevention of crime and to give back the hope of instilling safety in our communities and neighborhoods to improve the quality of life.
Our vision is to restore and secure hope in our communities against crimes through the transformation of understanding our own identity. We provide education through our experience and stand on the principle of maintaining health, safety, and harmony with our own community. The previous pictures that you've seen with our community is that as we got along with the other homesteads on Nanakuli, we were able to see sex trafficking, and we allowed His Highest Praise Church, a beneficiary waitlist, Pastor Bonnie Spencer, as well as Pastor Alan Cardenas, to have a safe haven for those that have been sex trafficking of Native Hawaiians. Next.
Our Ecclesia NSW Neighborhood Security Watch is bringing back unity and community.
And our goals is to really identify key leaders who are concerned about crime in our community. We organize meetings to discuss community safety, and that is done once a month. We establish a foundation where volunteers who show interest can serve as block leaders in their neighborhood, and we call that the Hui Chiefs of East Street in our homestead. We collaborate and partner with local authorities, business organizations, and other neighborhood security watch team in our communities, and we promote being non-confrontational and being a deterrent to unlawful activities in our communities. And one of that goals also was to be in partnership with the department, and that pilot program that we do have with the enforcement has really been a positive thing to deter the crimes that has been happening on the Leeward Coast.
Our Ecclesia NSW team captains. Teams are comprised of captains in each community. Teams will go through a training session with their CPT officers. Teams will walk patrol once a month with our CPT officer. CPT is Community Policing Team. How to sign up with our Ecclesia NSW teams: contact your local police department and ask for your district CPT officer and set up a date, time to meet and greet with your community.
Getting involved. What was really one of our goals and purpose was to really get engaged with the department, and there wasn't surely a process of who do we talk to when the issue's concerned. Does it involve homestead communities? Does it involve land management? Does it involve enforcement? So we started to go and get together, and one of the things is that we wanted to have a seat at the table and to speak with someone regarding the issues and concern of criminal activities that were happening in our homestead. So what we did was time-tested practices such as eyes and ears. In the previous maybe 3 slides over in the Kanehili, you've seen a mapping of Kanehili, and in that just we wanted to show that in the mapping of Kanehili, I believe, Jody, you had 90, right?
About 95 homes in Kanehili. They're all our NSW captains.
Right, and as well as in Calpel, we have the same amount, so we can be eyes and ears. I mean, we don't have to be confronting the crime, but giving the eyes and ears to the proper authorities and DHHL enforcement was a way of getting us to be non-confrontational and very effective in documenting the crimes that were happening and surveying and protecting the lands so that we could meet with the right authorities to address the issues that was happening on the homestead. So one of those things, we empower the citizens to become active in security efforts through community participation. And we provide information, training, technical support, and resources to local enforcement agencies and other citizens and homestead and non-homestead communities.
Where are we today? Building relationships with communities and helping them build NSW teams. Preparing for a midnight patrol is the picture that's on the left side. And as in the middle, as we start praying over, we're actually in front of a drug house right now, 1 o'clock in the morning. And the picture on the right side is where we're lining up in front of the drug house, waiting for the buyers to come down. So with this case right here, what had happened is a buyer was coming down that morning, and he had called the drug dealer at the house, and he had said, hey, you got cops all in front of your house. And so the drug dealer said, no, that's all my kapunas. And so this is pretty much how we are out there in the early mornings, 1-3 a.m., just like this, what you see, and that's how we are able to stop them from picking up drugs at the house.
Yes, and I want to mention, you know, our kapunas, Auntie Bev is how old, Jody?
89.
89 years old in our kapuna. And our kapunas was very effective because the respect in our local community is that you act up to a kapuna and be disrespectful. There's 5 generations of that kapuna coming back at you. And it was the kapunas that really took the initiative that they wanted to ensure that our community was safe and healthy. And they were the encouragement of us to get out there, and we started with 4, and today we have over 2 dozens of different NSWs within the state of Oahu, and now we are expanding outside to the neighbor islands. You can talk about the sex trafficking, Jones.
Prevent sex trafficking. Let's support OUR, Operation Underground Railroad, with Tim Ballard and his team. Tim Ballard was here at a couple meetings about, maybe I'll say 2 years ago. We did meet with him. And so he was looking for a Hawaii team to work with him. It just so happened, just a little bit difficult to find a Hawaii team to work with him because everybody knows each other, right? And so the stop the sex trafficking picture that's in the middle, we actually had a couple of our friends that was taken, and that is her arm that has the tattoo that says Queen on it. When they're taken, the Mexicans usually tattoo them to say they own them. And with this case, our girlfriend's daughter was found by the FBI and brought home.
Right, and we just wanted to say, majority of those children sex trafficking were Native Hawaiians, and it was dealt as a missing person. And Jody was really one of those that really helped one of this parent that we know our children, you know, and we wouldn't think it would be in our backyard. And we went out, we sent flyers, and we helped her, and that is when we were educated about, you know, I mean, I see it on TV, I didn't believe it, but the branding. Tim Ballard is, he came from CIA, right? CIA, on the government, and one of his right hand is Agent Kamanu, who comes from Hau'ula, and when he found out Agent Kamanu, who's a federal agent with Tim Ballard, said, you know what, I want to go home and start it. He left his job as CIA operative. There's the movie Underground Railroad with him. And he was able to reach out to Jody and I. And then that picture on the right is the LDS church that took us in. And we started a connections of creating safe havens for those of our Native people that have been sex trafficking. And the churches on our leeward side, His Highest Praise, leeward, His Highest Praise, and Nana Ikapono Church on the trust lands was places that those that had been sex trafficked had a place to feel safe And that has been an open door still yet for us to continue to allow those that have been sex trafficked to feel safe.
Taking back our communities is our kuleana. With these pictures in here, we had Pastor Peter Kealoha. JP Truth is from
Vegas, and he's a rapper. And he raps just, about stories and about crime and, bringing families together. So he did our Rise and Shine as a guest speaker.
Let's make a difference and get involved. So right here is our trafficking, these are the wahinis that was in here in Hawaii that we met, and our girlfriend is on the right side. We talked about that earlier. Thank you. If you see something, say something. So this picture on the bottom over here was like a gang fight we had here in Kanahili a couple of years ago. And what our NSW did is we overheard a group that came from another community say that they're going to come back. So we got our community out, our NSW, and we did shut down one block through the whole night. And we were just talking with the families that were involved and making sure that they would, try to squash this with the families. And meanwhile, we were just making sure and protecting the community that night. So the next day, the families were able to squash it.
I also wanted to share, Chair and Commissioners, we do want to keep our community safe, and this going forward with the NSW as well as the pilot program was something that all of us beneficiaries agreed on. We really had many different takes on whether it's politics, religion, bills, but there was one thing that we had in common is that we all felt that we wanted a safe and healthy community, and that was something that we built on. And the pilot program that enforcement talked about is really evident of what the collaboration looks. I also wanted to state for the record that, even though we want and we don't want crime, we're not just pushing those that are, addicted to drugs or need mental health. We, as a community, we help partner with other resources like Makana Keakua for transitional housing for those that need to go to where Salvation Army to get clean and sober for a couple days before they can seek some rehabilitation. So our neighborhood security is more than just a neighborhood security watch. We look at it as the first responders, and we as community leaders, we need to provide resources or answers or a place where our people can feel that whatever the struggle is, that there is a framework or a pathway for us to be a solution to the problems that is facing within our communities.
This picture here, we're also showing that we also patrol on the city bus.
NSW, in partnership with the enforcement officer of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, in closing homes and harbor suspicious and criminal activities will be reported and investigated by DHHL, and educating our beneficiaries and residents is an important step in maintaining a safe community. And because of that efforts, like what Dave and Kip said, we were able to ensure that one of the house of criminal activities no longer will continue. So that was a big mahalo, Chair, for that support in closing down those houses that harbor criminal activities.
These are just outreaches we did. We can pass this one. I know our time is short. Let's be the eyes and ears in our community. This right here, we had a undercover sting. It was in our community in Kanahili, and this took about 3 months to clean out this street that everybody was coming out at 10 o'clock p.m. and they were lining up on the side of the streets, and they were dealing, not knowing that the eyes and ears were watching. If it's not me, then who? If it's not now, then when? Mahalo, mahalo.
And mahalo, Chair and Commissioners, for really supporting the engagement with homestead beneficiaries. And I think when we shared at the Shaw Convention, Kali, with you, Kip and David, was really a start for us to bring hope into the homestead, that now there's a collaborated effort, as well as with HP, that criminal activities will no longer be tolerated. So mahalo for giving us that chance to take a stance against crime in our communities. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Lillian Kaeha. The next testifier, Kainoa McDonald.
Aloha. Leah, you have the PowerPoint, or can I share? Oh, I can share. Okay, got it. Okay. Alrighty, here we go. Thank you so much. Aloha. For the record, my name is Kainoa Leah McDonald. I am from the Maui Disaster Recovery Coordinator here on Maui for the SHA, Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Associations. Just starting off, I'm going to be speaking to the Hawaiian Homestead Association HHMF program that was just started in September of 2023. Oops, hold on. Oh, there, okay. So HHMF was really started as a direct result of the Maui August 2023 wildfires. The support was really through bringing efforts and resources to Maui to support the HBAs, or Homestead Beneficiary Associations. The main focus are three priorities that we viewed as the needs, which is number one, take a look at the crisis efforts, whether it be direct financial aid, to support projects and programs such as short-term housing, and then really take a look at the long-term, which would be more advocacy and priority for those who are on and off Hawaiian Homes Trust funds. The executive team here is Ivalani, myself, statewide disaster coordinator, and then Maui disaster. We lovingly call our duck feet, which are our analysts, Rolina Fa'agai, Kara, HCDC, and Napali Wood from HCDC, because without them, none of these programs or access to these types of funding would really be possible. So here we are in September. It got kicked off September 1st officially. In September, we did several different community engagements, really tried to broaden community networks. And we also opened our office location, which was inside of the CNHA Resource Center in Kahului. During that time, it was really about collaborating and really trying to forge relations. From the early onset, there was a great need to deliver N95s and supplies out to non-homestead, so to speak, but it was a great need, and we were happy to oblige with a donation of N95s. We also were able to meet with the hub. So in this picture here at the bottom is a hub out in Napili, and it's really about kuka kuka with their program officials, sit with them to talk really about what was their needs of the community and how we could help them to access much needed capital during that time. Also the volunteer pool, it was really a collaborative. I myself became day 2 volunteer on the days of the fire. And so we broadened our scope to include many of our community people that, we had seen out in the community, but not really knowing what one another do. So now in October, we are at the CNHA conference, which is really important to us because that was a direct opportunity to engage with resources and also to build relations with other organizations like with CNHA that does a lot of support work for the Native Hawaiian community. We also saw the need to connect and start working with the churches. The churches were really spearheading a lot of the relief efforts. And instead of doing our own thing, we decided that it's best to just collaborate with those who are doing it, and we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. In October was really pivotal. October 20th, we held our first roundtable at the Maui Beach. These days, it was a one-day event, really focused on the crisis, what happened, and what we could do collectively to take a look at other efforts, what we were providing, what worked, what didn't work. And I think most of all, this was just a time for our community volunteers to come and really find a space where they could share stories and really start the healing process, especially with what had transpired during the month of August. In November, it was really the continued advocacy to help really forge those relationships. So with the Maui County, for instance, how could we work with the Maui County to take a look at whether it be OED funding, CIP, CDBG. So a lot of that's efforts, as well as how do we connect that or bridge that to homesteaders, taking a look at evaluating some of the damages that may be possible for us. I don't have a picture here, but one of the programs that came out of our short-term program was the HLI replacement vehicle program. That allowed a affected Native Hawaiian that was affected by the wildfire to essentially get funding through HLI. And then they also had an opportunity to take advantage of an HLI grant. So that grant was about $5,000. And one of the kupunas who are actually from Lili'i Homestead was able to purchase her very own electric truck, I think it is, her electric truck. And she had the hand-holding service through HLI and the efforts of HHMF to get her new truck and take the opportunity of taking that $5,000 grant with her. In December, we're coming up and I'm almost done. In December, we really changed the way that we were gift giving and we were blessing in partnership with the churches. We went ahead and collaborated with the Kaupea Homestead Association and the churches to bring about 800 or so pieces of toys from Oahu to Maui, coordinated it with homesteaders and community efforts to bring those toys over and bless the homestead communities. Now we further go into the programs that we're doing now, which will lead us into 2024, which is the purchase of vehicles and 2 food trailers. These food trailers will be used specifically for creating programs that will bring in community building and building capacity for other homestead association leaders who's expressed their need as Lahaina still continues to source food to bring into those that are still in the hotels. So what does 2024 bring for us? Many things. We still support the Lahaina communities. We are since then acquiring properties on Maui in relation to the FINA program and securing long-term housing. And these are just photos that, we have taken in our journey along the way. As 2024 begins, we are looking forward to bringing in more programs and collaborations, not only with the community, but also with DHHL. And on behalf of our HHMF team, mahalo nui for letting me speak a little bit over time. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers and Jan Makepa.
Aloha. Jermaine is not here, and I wanted to mahalo her for allowing me to take her time, and mahalo the chair and commission for hearing me today. I wasn't initially on the J agenda. I was just told yesterday to come up and put in a testimony, so mahalo for hearing me out. Jama Kepa with Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association. I'm here on two topics. The first is I'd like to mention that our Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association is in support of DHHL's enforcement team. Our homestead has issues of drug houses, minimal chicken fights, but as we all know, any chicken fight can invite organized crime into our residential neighborhood. I don't know of any game rooms, and we hope by this enforcement agency within the department and its partnership with HPD, we won't have any. Lease cancellation is not something anyone wants for our Kanaka, but if it acts as an incentive to leaseholders to be pono with what the prince has gifted you, then so be it. In listening to Kaupea, Kanehili, and Pastor Cardenas with Nanakuli, our homestead wants to grow up to be just like them. And then our second topic is in regards to ROE 724, located next to Waianae Sewer Treatment Facility, now called Aina Ike by our association. Verbiage within the ROE states a non-inclusive right. However, verbiage also requires us to secure insurance, security, and ground maintenance for the entire parcel. That leads us to believe that an exclusive right is plausible. With that being said, and when the time comes, our association will be requesting for a general lease to be expanded to the entire parcel. We understand there may be steps to take in this process, and our association is open to that. We are actively working on plans and ideas of what the entire parcel could be for our community. It is a little premature to elaborate right now, but we look forward to presenting those plans to you folks in the near future. Regarding Aina Ike, my purpose today is to state for the record of our intent for the request for this expansion. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Homalani Shadell.
Chair, I'll defer.
Okay, Sunny Del Toro.
Chairman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Wanted to first say that I've been here for about 3 times now, trying to figure out how all of this works. I really appreciate you folks yesterday talking about parks and talking about schools. Because some of the things that I see, because I'm a new person here, I've only been here about 4 years, is that we kind of neglect that. We just focus on homes, houses. But a home has to also include these other pieces, especially for Hawaiians, because we are behind the power curve in our language. However, opportunities exist for us to go ahead and move that forward. So I appreciate how we talked yesterday about putting some of those things, as we look into our plans. I think that's very, very important, so I appreciate that. Second thing is I wanted to support my president from Kanehili about looking for that next piece of land. Because we as a community already are looking at our phase 2, our park, and we have some things happening there. But beyond that is what's next. So I appreciate him working for the next piece so that we can go ahead and move on that. Currently, I'm on the board of KCDC, and that's important because what I try to help do is synchronize what KCDC is doing and what Kanehili is doing, so that we get a whole united real community talking about the things that are necessary. So it was wonderful to see the 2 ladies up here talking about NSW. When we first got in the community, we got the yellow shirt. We got to be on the committee, with NSW, and we got to walk around. And it was important because, again, it helped me see what the communities are really, really all about and the things that they need. So to the NSW folks, yes, we need your help. The final thing I really want to talk about, and this is actually supporting David and what they need to do as far as enforcement. When I first saw them, talked to them in Nanakuli, came down, did some things, got some people involved in basically some of our legislator folks to help us with that. And then from there, in listening to what they wanted to do, important that we go ahead and move forward with this. And I would encourage you as a commission to please help them move forward. One of the areas I see that we are going to need help with is actually being able to give them opportunity to work. Because again, most of us right now it's just Monday through Friday folks. But I know in organizations that go after these kind of things, you have to work 24/7. How do we support that? Probably with more people or probably with a flex schedule. So as they come in and talk to you folks about what they really need, please support them with that. For me, one of the biggest things was more money. And that's because if you look at the staff that they have growing, it's going to have to grow. Right? Because right now, all we're doing for our pilot project is only Oahu. What happens when we step to the next islands? How are we going to deal with that? We're going to have people go and help us there. Important that we do that. And I would even tell you, even after yesterday's or last night's meeting, a person came to mind, the information person sitting in the back of the room. Right now, not a problem. We probably can handle all we want, but when we start taking off island, to the other islands, probably going to need support for the information piece to help us move that forward. So again, things to look forward to. But again, I just wanted to bring that forward so that we start moving, because I know it is difficult, to think about taking away leases from people. But I think, as we've already designed in this, is once we get going and we show people we're serious, then the information will flow not from us here, but from the communities themselves. People will honestly say, oh, wow, you might lose your home. That's not good. So what is good? Good is go back to what we're supposed to do in the first place, which is take care of our kuleana, take care of those homes that we work so hard to get. Thank you, folks, for this time. That's all that I have, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next testifier, Keikoa Inamoto.
Aloha.
Okay, you're on.
Aloha mai. I'm here with Lehuanani, Kiali Inohomoku, and we're both on the G agenda. I'm J11, she's J26. And I am going to surrender the microphone and the podium to her.
Yes.
Wow.
Aloha, everyone. Aloha, commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to be here this afternoon. I want to also mahalo Kainoa Lei, McDonald, Ivalani MacBrayer, and Rolina Vangai for all their work to help Maui recover from the wildfires. My name is Robin Kiali Inohomoku. I'm the president of Nakia'io Maui. We are a disaster relief organization. Nakia'io Maui was incorporated as a Hawaii domestic nonprofit in August of 2023, shortly after the fires. And we have been boots on ground since the beginning of this tragic event. But the mission of Nakia'io Maui, a Valley Isle-based entity, is to provide emergency relief and assistance to everyone affected by the natural disasters and fires. The organization is a 501c3 nonprofit, pending IRS status for IRS approval. I wanted to share a little background about Nakia'io Maui, who is a Native Hawaiian organization that is led by our executive director, who is also a beneficiary like myself. And a little bit of background. So to give some history as to the ask that I will share in a few moments. We are currently working on a development in the Pili. It's a 10-acre development called Ka'opala. And our group, that's our group signature project. The initiative is to build 144 3- and 4-bedroom affordable rentals for the West Maui wildfire displaced families. And our project partners include North Shore of Oahu investor Adam Lee, Chris Hart and Partners, who are our city and regional planners, 3 state licensed civil engineers from Maui, Hansador Lumber Package Homes, and 2 West Maui general contractors also affected by the fires. Our past achievements in the immediate aftermath of the Maui wildfires, Na Ke'io Maui accomplished and spearheaded the organization to manage at the War Memorial Gym volunteers, and we collaborated with FEMA, Red Cross, and all the various islands as they were shipping containers here. And we mobilized 900 of those volunteers via social media and Instagram through word of mouth. We led the staging, sorting, and distribution at the central hub to various Maui hubs and hives of donated goods from the base yard at 150 Hana Highway. That's where we were visited by Kainoa Lei McDonald and Ibolani McBrayer. We also helped to stand up and form Kilauea Maga Distribution, which is right above the ground zero in Lahaina, and we assisted with standing up their hub and the construction and initial management of the 28-unit Kahului tent city, accommodating pre-fire houseless and houseless people. Our future plans is to operate the Lahaina Resource and Recovery Center. We trade named the name Lahaina Resource Recovery as part of our DBA for Na Ke'io Maui in a 6,250-foot venue, providing emergency assistance and essential supplies, food, clothing, furnishing, social services, including FEMA and the American Red Cross. But to our commissioners, Na Ke'io Maui asked that our organization assist in managing and developing 1,200 affordable homes on 300 Honokawai Hawaiian homeland acres for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries who are impacted or displaced by the Lahaina wildfires. We are meeting with County of Maui Managing Director Josiah Nishita to request FEMA funding for the estimated $600 million for the infrastructure and construction costs of this development. Last Tuesday, we had a mini beneficiary consultation meeting that was Tuesday, February 13th, to discuss the development plan to support the build of emergency housing under the governor's proclamation. And 8 of the 12 attendees of the meeting, who attended the meeting, were beneficiaries. So we are hoping to get your support in providing homes for everyone on Maui, the beneficiaries who are impacted by the fires. Thank you for this time. Mahalo.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. I thought you gave up her time.
4 minutes.
So
I'd like to add that at the meeting last Tuesday, County of Maui Council Chairwoman Alice Lee was there, and she recommended that we do a phase-in. It was suggested that we do this 200 homes on 50 acres at a time, and she committed her support for county access for this development to water and funding, so we're pleased with that support. I also want to commend Kainoa Lei McDonald. She's the new president of the Mo'olana Imokupuni Council, and also Lehuanani Keali'inohomoku. They are both beneficiary waitlisters, and I am proud to say, as a Maui Kupuna beneficiary, that I've been mentoring them to be homeland leaders and advocates, and I'm so pleased with them. And lastly, I want to say that when you, Chairman Watson, attended the Shaw Convention here on Maui in January, you recommended that if homesteaders, if beneficiaries want to have use of trust lands, to give you a memorandum of agreement. And I did send that MOA to you last week, Monday, February 12th. And so I think what we're looking for is, now that we've followed your mandate, we'd like to know what the next steps are to make this recommended subdivision occur.
We can, I can take a look at that, have staff look at it and get back to you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Mahalo.
The next, J12. Okay. Prince Lehua Nani.
Aloha.
Aloha.
This is Lehua Nani, Kuma Eva Kaina Kaleo Momona. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
oh, there we go. Okay. Aloha. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much for I can get this opportunity. First of all, I want to say thank you, mahalo, 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 Ivalani, Jody, Kainoa, Lehuanani, Auntie Kikoa. And also a special mahalo to my twin sisters, Nadine and Lamet Aquino, who have been standing next to your sides also. They have been informing me of everything that has been happening since I'm here in Oahu. So thank all of you. And yes, I also, if I can, I have been affected by the Lahaina fires. Me and my twin sisters. Our old home, which was turned from the church to a hall, was burnt down to the ground. Our schools, Camp Third, everything around our home, Lokomokohinia, everything around, Keamoku compound, everything was burned down to the ground except the royal tomb, Queen Keopuolani's royal tomb. Not one fire touched that tomb. So I stand here to thank all of you who have done whatever you guys could do for all those in Lahaina Westside, Maui. Mahalo. I also want to bring out have done whatever you guys could do for all those in Lahaina Westside, Maui. Mahalo. Right now, I attended Zoom meetings that concerned Cook. Right now, I attended Zoom meetings that concerned Cook.
You have to turn off your
What I gotta do? What I gotta do?
Turn off your YouTube.
What I gotta do? What you mean YouTube? What I gotta do?
You have to turn off your YouTube.
How I gotta do that? Oh my God. Okay, right now, you guys get me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Whew. Okay. So anyway, getting back, we had meetings with Cook, yeah, and with KHHA Association, because I was kind of confused, but they went hold 2 meetings to help me understand. I even went talked to Auntie Kikoa. I called her last week and I told her I was confused. What can she do for help me? Because I've been on the list for 30 years, but I'll do whatever I can to help to get me and my family on Kahikinui. So this is what Auntie said. This is what Auntie said. Auntie said, and I got in my letter, Auntie Kikoa, as I spoke to Auntie Kikoa, how I'm confused. She said, no be confused about 2 associations, right, Auntie? One serve all VHHL and those on the wait list, and the other serve, which is Cook, only homeowners and lesseers, forcing me to always fall back to the waiting list, which I am again back on the debt list, DHHL debt list, after waiting 30 years and was hoping that I get on top. My kahiki nui, because I was ranked number 64 out of 100 lots that was given out. I was ranked number 64. When they went through the list again, December 2nd, had kupunas there. They waited on the list since 1967. I was 1993. So now I go write one letter. And you know what? Let me tell you what the people I write to. 12 of you. Okay? I wrote to Donna Sterling, who is the president of KHHA. I wrote to Aloha Smith, who also waiting on the wait list like me for over 30 years. I wrote to Denise Graham, who's with Kaya Polly, whose daddy was the president for Cook at one time. I wrote to my son, Cecilio, and all to my daughter, Latoya Rosaga. I wrote to also to Kainoa. I wrote to Paula Isla. I wrote to Charlotte. I wrote to Carlton Rochelle, who is the, I think, vice president right now for Cook. I wrote to Charmaine. I wrote to Prince Achikins. I Ike Kapa Halalu, Paole, and I wrote to Leah. You guys all should have this letter in front of you guys. Let me read what the letter says. My birthday was February 16th. I made 16 too. 62. I born 1962. This letter was written, February 18th. That is the meeting of Cook. And this is what I said. Aloha Dana and all Kahiki Nui strong warriors. I was not able to get on your Zoom this morning. I was waiting for the host to allow me in. However, I want to make sure that the contact Cook bylaws was not signed when I went through it. I want to make sure that it is an illegal policy contract without proper signatures, and also update the being revised today, and look forward to see amendment contracts. If there was amendment done for the 20 years, then I should have gotten one, because I've been on the list since 1993, 30 years. Also, I noticed nothing about anything to do with Cook as an association. If any of you took the time to read Cook bylaws, it was all about being an incorporated, nothing to do with an association. And what they do is they was dealing with your planners of the HHL. Paula Isla, was one of the planners. Julie, after reading the entire Cook bylaws, I'm asking, now this is my letter to all of you, I'm asking, who awarded the 75 Kahiki Nui pastoral lots back in 1992? Cook? And who really makes up Cook Inc.? Because they're not an association. Awardees or outside home owners? Because that's a big time difference. I've been an awardee since 1993. We have Carlton Rochelle, who have been there as a buyer. 2 years now, 2 years ago. Something wrong, because I'm an awardee. And when I go over there, I can see you just get buyers. So who is makes up Cook? Because I want to be an association where me as a waitlister can have some say. Also, on the letter, I said over here that I spoke to Auntie Kekoa. How I'm confused. And she said, Auntie Kekoa, because I trusted you, I told you, Auntie. I trusted you. And to be confused, I was confused. You told me no need be because get two associations. Cannot get two associations. Cannot. Not like this. When you're keeping us off the Aina for 30 years. That's not an association. One last manao. Randy Awo, thank you so much. You served us well. Thank you what you're doing of your voice of knowledge. But I'm asking you now, you need not continue your position. Step down for the love of your family. We all love you dearly, Randy. However, as a Nara Kukanaka Mo'ole, Maui needs to get a strong young Kukanaka Mo'ole that will have Randy Ao train him. Even if you guys gotta pay Randy to train him, or her and call upon our Maui DHHL office to assist our Maui commissioner. You guys cannot do it by yourself. Randy, your wife, your grandbabies, and your kids is calling for you. Please use the last of your 3 years that you have to use it with them. But if you like volunteer to help another Kanaka from Maui to speak up just as strong as you. Thank you so much. As Randy needs to enjoy the rest of his life with his beautiful wife, who I know personally, his kids, and his mopunas. And in the end of the letter, I said, I am the number 12 at the HHL commissioners meeting next week. See you all there. Please bring your humble truth. Mahalo to all of you. God bless. Maruru. Eyo eya.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, next testifier, Demonte Manoli.
You know what he meant.
By the way, Randy, no go nowhere. Stay right there. Stay right there. You're doing good, boy. You're doing good. Yeah. So aloha, Timon, Kalai Manaole again. So I wanted to share this from yesterday. Unfortunately, right when I walked in, the Interjex thing was power. He just was getting ready to take the vote, so it's too late. And then I got to talk to Jody afterwards, and I got to meet her, and I don't find no malice in her approach and what they're doing. But I gotta say this, when I look at the Interjex and companies like Paysha, Interjex is a multi-million-dollar corporation. Multi-million dollars they get. Canadian geese will fly from Canada, land in Hawaii, 6 months later, boom, roll the dice, get 107 acres of industrial land. At the time that the thing was approved, we was here to oppose that because we had Native Hawaiians who just wanted industrial lands to be able to do their business, and they couldn't get them. Good thing we got a new administration now, and a company that was advocating for, they got land now. But then I look at the parity on what we pay, and I look, the multi-million-dollar corporation, the multi-billion-dollar corporation like Paysha, multi-billion dollars now, worldwide, Paysha. They pay peanuts for use our land, peanuts. And then they get a special deal, a sweetheart deal. They get month to month, but they can sublease. And according to the rules, you get month to month. You can't sublease, but they can. I just find that amazing. When I look at the submittal for Interjex, they're going to pay less than a penny per square foot for 107 acres. $75,000, try to divide that. $75,000 divided into 107 acres. Come out to 0.00014 whatever. Not even 1 penny per square foot. But our Hawaiians who only get month to month access to our own homelands, they pay 20 cents per square foot. And these are companies that are struggling. So what I would like to do is if you guys can just come together as a commission and start setting the rules for the department to say we're going to have parity across the board. We give Interjex that play, right on, we can do that. I'm happy for them, they get one sweet deal. How about we move our Hawaiians that's on industrial lands into long-term leases? What the guys, the other company, Ynex or whatever, the other solar company that we shut down on September, whatever the name was, start with Y something. They wanted to do a condo A, condo B on the property that they had. They call them condos. So they're not saying that they're partitioning the land, but they're going to use part of the land for something, right? You guys in the development world, you guys know what that means. I don't know what that means. That just means you guys using different portions of the land, I guess. Well, then the properties that get big property that Hawaiians are on, and they're only using one small portion, why no condo all that? and give them long-term leases. If you give the Kanaka the long-term lease, 30, 40, 50 years, whatever, now they can go to the bank and get one loan to help their business thrive. We're killing our Hawaiian businesses by not allowing our businesses to be able to thrive because they don't have the land designation for allow them to have long-term leases. And I think that's one of the problems that we're facing, and I'd like you guys to address that. You know, start one PIG or whatever you guys call them for, be able to figure out that problem. The other thing I wanted to raise the issue of is, I have it on my stuff over here. I was sitting in the back there, tripping on the kind. Somebody saying Randy should dig out. I just trip. Yeah, I don't agree with Randy sometime, but I like him stay. You know, it's fun to have opposition. The last thing I wanted to mention is, I been bring this up before about indigent Native Hawaiians. We already understand, I said them before, that that's one, the list is a list of haves and have-nots. If you get money, you can qualify for any of the programs you guys get. But if you broke ass like me, you can't get nothing. Now, I'm in the 30% AMI, and I had to look them up, and HUD claims that 30% AMI or less is extremely low, right? You're in extremely low category. You're making $27,000 or less. That's me. I don't even make 24 grand a year. You know what I mean? And that's us guys selling musubis and cookies, and plate lunches like that. But so for us guys, I really would like you guys. What was good is that the last time I went and talked, Carly said, "Hey, go talk to Julie." I went and asked, "Who can I talk to in the department?" They said, "Go talk to Julie." So I talked to Julie, and Julie is freaking awesome. She's on it, and now she realized this is a huge issue that you guys are gonna have to address. But what is the other issue that I keep hearing about from this commission when we're talking about condos and all that? No boxes for our people. The same words come out from you guys. Land. Kanaka gotta be on the land. Well, guess what? You get plenty rubbish land, scattered lots. And I saw on a thing, the third picture on that presentation yesterday was scattered lots. That scattered lots is for guys like us that's broke ass. I don't can afford your turnkey. I don't like your turnkey. I take your rubbish land. If the thing is coral, and I gotta dig 2 feet in the coral for put soil for grow one plant, I'm okay with that. And we get plenty of your rubbish lands over here on the Waianae coast. They're just sitting there, get homeless running through there, get druggies running through there, get construction companies dumping illegal waste over there. I passed my illegal road, I just tripped. And luckily we get people in the department is responsive to that. They can go clean them up, they can go weld the gate, all kind. But yet, when that fire happened off of that mountain, you know those private property landowners, they're going to sue the department and the state because you never take care of your aina. So guess what? We can have one marriage, one perfect marriage. For those of us who broke ass, and your lands is all the kind rubbish, put one body on the land. Give us the ability to have the right of entry immediately to go on the land, have a presence there. And of course, you set the rules that we can go do stupid stuff over there on the land, right? Have monitors that can go out there anytime, 24 hours for check the land. And we have a presence there. You know, if I stay sitting down in the front gate where the guys like drop rubbish, guess what's gonna happen when they come with their rubbish? They're gonna see me over there. They're gonna have to talk to me. Yeah? I don't think so, bro. Beat it with your stupid stuff, right? You get presence on the land. You don't need to worry about the dilapidation of the land. That's our job for clean them up. That's our job for make them good for you guys, right? And then later on, maybe the land can be marketable where you guys can put them on the market. You know what I mean? But right now, we get 30,000 almost strong on the list. And we got all these vacant lots out there, scattered lots, just growing all kind of invasive species over there. and nobody over there for take care of them. I willing to take care of the land. You know what I mean? Last year, I told you guys I went go do the Kanakaina Reclamation of Hawaiian Homelands movement. I put down my protest because Kali came in and I like, yeah, you know what, I'm not going to buck his administration. You know what I mean? This guy doing something good, whether you like him or not, or you like his moves or not, I tell you right now, I support that guy 100% because he gonna develop his mindset and he learning, he teaching us how to make our lands better and offering a multitude of offerings for us, not one track, just only turnkey, turnkey. He's not doing that. He's doing multiple buckshot approach. I'm okay with that. So I get out the way, let the gentleman do his thing. That's why I'm not doing the protest anymore. But we still need to be on the Aina. If you say we need to be on the Aina, then what is the problem with us being on the Aina right now that is rubbish, no more infrastructure or whatever? What is wrong with that? Why does it take 1,000,000 years to go figure out some policies and procedures for go do that? So I'm asking you guys to consider you guys' deliberations of coming up with guidance to the administration and all that on how we can move this boat further, faster. Like we like do the crime solving and all that, further, faster. Aloha.
Thank you. Next testifier, Lily Napoleon.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and start my share screen here. While we're waiting for that to be activated, Lily Napoleon, an actual DC of Naiva, I'm gonna share some of the work that we've been doing on the ground with our NASA, so Naiva Agricultural Subdivision Alliance, and our partnership with Hawaiian Community Lending. Hang on just one second, I'm gonna bring up my page here. Okay, my space for today, I just wanted to give you guys kind of some updates of what we have been up to. So in 2023, we had multiple workshops for our DCs with Hawaiian Community Lending, kind of a tandem approach of virtual and in person. Some of those topic areas, and I'll pull this down so that you guys can see this image. This image is actually a few of our second generation Naiva DCs, and through these workshops, we're really helping them to mobilize at an individualized level when it comes to becoming homeowner buyer ready. Also, the infrastructure for farming and that ongoing budgeting costs, maintenance and management that comes with it. So a lot of our work is really to mobilize the VC at an individualized level based upon what their visions, thought process, and just sort of overall intention is in terms of their agricultural lease. Now earlier, Antilico was on, who does serve as the president for Naiva Agricultural Association, so the Homestead Association. Very thankful to her. She really initiated the efforts to kind of organize our leases, and she provided us a space for the leases to finally start doing something internally. So we're very thankful for all the efforts that she provides, but also for her association that also provides support to the neighboring lots in the Iba, that being Pala'au and Ho'oleko. So through our efforts with Hawaiian Community Lending in this up and coming year, we are going to have one-on-one sessions with them to really help the leasees to kind of figure out where they're at in terms of price points when working with specific lenders so that they are owner buyer ready when that time comes. Now, we do understand that DHHL, of course, is the owner of the lands. We're simply just the leasee. So we're trying to just do our part to be ready for the options that may come about when it comes to different streams of mortgages, construction loans, etc. Through that process, we were also able to identify some areas of needs in terms of a survey that we put out in 2023. And what you see here really exudes the voices of the VCs in terms of assistance and offsetting that cost when it comes to lot clearing. Pretty obvious, right? Molokai is inundated with deers, so deer fencing. farm sheds, so a place to put their goods, their farm goods and so forth. Renewable energy, that has been a topic kind of on the forefront and of interest for the lessees, especially for the ones that's currently residing there. For those of you that are familiar with the subdivision, we do have some level of infrastructure, so there's certain lots of potable water. Through the development process, it sounds like we may get MIS water, which is the agricultural water, and then the inclusion of the grid, so energy from the grid. But through that process, we are looking at other innovative ways towards the renewable energy solution, not just for the island, but of course for the state as a whole. So we are working in that direction. Agricultural trainings. Now, one of the obligations on the lease that we were able to go through in 2023 is that we are required to farm, right? And we need to ensure that 2/3 of our lot is farmed before our leases are in any eligibility to be renewed. In terms of that duration in time, most of these lots were awarded back in 86, 87. So we're about 32, 33 years in, gives us about 60 plus years to start preparing for that agricultural plan. So we have been working with the department, specifically the Molokai office, in getting those documentations together in terms of the ag farm plans, and then also the successorship forms. A good portion of the original UCs in the IBA have passed. So getting that proper paperwork together for their families so that the next of kin can really take part in the movement in preparing their lot. So that's kind of what we've been up to for NASA. As you can see in the photos here, it's really driven by our lessees, and we have gatherings once a month, combination of hybrid and in person. I did want to share one really fantastic thing that we have currently in operation is our construction training. So we have homestead lessees that are involved in a construction training. It's about 16 weeks total, and they're officially in their second week to learn about basic carpentry, construction, electrical, plumbing, and that'll eventually culminate into some hands-on experience. And a lot of this is partnerships, right? So partnering with other organizations that are out there that have the specialty within that particular sector. So very thankful to all our partners, especially to Hawaiian Community Lending for providing that one-on-one support to our lessees so that we have a better chance of being ready, qualified, equipped when that time comes in terms of the different kinds of offerings that may come from the department or other streams to assist with offsetting costs in developing our lots. Other than that, thank you. I did hear that it sounds like there may be some added support in terms of the infrastructure side for the subdivision. So, fantastic. Do let us know if there's anything we can do to help support those efforts. But in the meantime, we will continue to work on the ground with the humanitarian factor. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next person, Alhi.
Hello, Chair.
Hello.
Commissioners. I think each of you have a packet of things that I gave. I'm not going to go through all of it. The reason that I give you these things is not so you have more things to put you to sleep, because it puts me to sleep. I give it to you because you need to know. And I want to make sure you know. And I want to make sure it's not just coming from my mouth, but that what I'm saying to you is in writing and is backed up by the documents that you have. I've been talking to you folks for a while now, and what it really comes down to is the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act allows rehabilitation of beneficiaries like me, like everyone else here, either by giving a homestead or by giving an opportunity to do business. And the commission before, they gave me a license, which is how you get homelands to rehabilitate also, saw that we could marry two of them together, because the license for me required me, through my companies, to provide telecommunications infrastructure throughout Hawaiian homelands at no cost to the department or to the beneficiaries. So that was 30 years ago. Prior to that, the department was paying for the telecommunications infrastructure. So now we go 30 years today. The department is paying for the telecommunications infrastructure. In the interim, I paid for it. I paid for it by borrowing money. But now you folks are taking the $600 million that the legislature gave, and you're using some of it to put in the telecommunications infrastructure. Where previously, it was part of the license that I used and I paid for. So how we go backwards like this, I'm not sure, but I know it's not good. Okay. I come to you to talk to you because nobody at the department will talk to me. Even though the telecommunications that does this is mine. Okay. Even though the telecommunications that out in the neighborhoods, Molokai, Kaikinui, Kula, is infrastructure that I put in at no cost to the department. Okay. I come to you to talk to you because on the second to the last page of the packet that I put together for you, it says, the person that is fighting me represents the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, of which you folks are the executive board, because we asked him directly, are you speaking for the commission? And that's in the documents before. But the real important documents that I want you to see are after my testimony, and you see this document from the AG. Okay, this is in the Paniolo bankruptcy. The HHL had no role in it. They were not a party, but they felt like they needed to get involved. Not get involved to support a beneficiary, but get involved to support Hawaiian Tel, a non-beneficiary. And in this document, you see it says on the second page that the license is in default. My license is in default. And then you go on to the fourth page, or the fifth page, I guess, last page, and it says, we're going to issue a new license, which would authorize the buyer to build, construct, repair, maintain, and operate on Hawaiian homelands, previously covered by license 372, which is in default. Okay. So I got this through the court. The department didn't tell me I was in default. So I got this through the court, and this is, this is 2020, it's 4 years ago. And I immediately wrote to Chairman Isla, and that's the email you see next. And I said, I have some homesteaders, happened to be a Molokai at that time, who want me to hook them up. But if I don't have a license, I don't have the easements to do that. So what do you want me to do, department? And he immediately wrote back. This is less than 30 days after filing, after the AG filed, after they had the Hawaiian deputy AG file this document in court. Less than 30 days later, Chairman Isla writes back and says, your license is not in default. You have to serve them, which I gladly will do. And so I did. Okay? And that's what you see there. Now, let's go forward. What I do is I use the money from everybody to fund the operations. So now I have the department saying, you have to serve everybody because that's what your license says. But then the department starts telling everybody that they don't have to use my service. They don't have to use my license. Okay, and the third document is the one that I finally got. I wanted to bring this information to you earlier, but I filed for a Freedom of Information Act request from the department. They promised me that they would get me the documents 2 months ago. I filed it 6 months ago. 2 months ago, they said you will have it, and I heard nothing. So I have to wait until I got this document, which was filed at the PUC. If you look at this document, which is the third one, it's Hawaiian Tel complaining that I won't let them use my infrastructure. Okay, and if you look at the ones that are highlighted, where they want to use it, Special Olympics headquarters, Kamakana Ali'i, charter school, and this building here. Now, I have a state contract to provide telecommunications for DHHL properties. And yet, the department reached out to Hawaiian Tel and said, please serve us. So never mind breaching my license. They asked Hawaiian Tel to breach a state contract. We're not even talking about treating me fairly. Okay? We're talking about, for me to serve Hawaiian homelands, I need a license. For Hawaiian Tel to serve where I serve, they don't need a license. They can come and cherry pick who they want to serve, to deny the revenues from us so that we can continue to serve Kahikinui, so we can continue to serve Molokai, so we can continue to serve all the areas they don't want to serve. Now, everybody said, but Hawaiian Tel surely wants to serve those areas. If you look at the charter school here, this is the perfect example. This is why the commission came to me and said, please help us in the early 90s. The charter school, if you look at that last sentence, the customer could not afford the additional expense over $10,000 of connecting with Hawaiian Tel's infrastructure. Okay? So they wanted to charge the charter school to put in infrastructure because they know they're not supposed to use mine, but they really didn't want to serve them. So instead of they putting in the infrastructure, they wanted the charter school to put it. This is a Hawaiian charter school in Waimea that is no further away from Hawaiian Tel's property than from here to Kamakana Ali'i. No further, because I put the infrastructure into that charter school. But they wanted the charter school to pay. Okay? Well, if you go to Kamakana Ali'i, they put the infrastructure in. They violated my license. They don't have a license to serve there. Okay? But they put it in because they want to deny those revenues to us so we can continue to provide service to the Hawaiians that don't have service. Okay. I leave this packet with you because you folks need to know. And if you decide you folks want to put in service to all of those areas that I put in, and those Hawaiians out there want you to do it, I will gladly step aside. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Next testifier, Bo Kahui.
Aloha, Mr. Chairman. Bo Kahui with Laiopua Community Development Corporation. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. I have 4 topics that I want to bring to your attention. And it does, at some point, will require commission action I realize that the J agenda does not provide such action, but I'm proposing that you will in the future take action on these initiatives. First, I'd like to report out our preschool right of entry, of which we submitted in January of 2023. We have not received any information on that. More recently, in January, I think 27th of last month, we held the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's Planning Division beneficiary consultation process. Following that, there's a 30-day comment review period. And then we hope in March, the Department Planning Division will submit an informational briefing, which I hope will include recommendation for approval. I spoke to the Planning Division, and they informed me that it would just be for information only. I think it'd be prudent now to maybe coincide that with a process to approve the right of entry or not. This is important because we are through the legislative process. The Laiapo CDC would like to seek its what you call right of entry, have site control so that we could work with the Lieutenant Governor's office in securing the funding for the building of 4 classrooms on that site and an administrative building, parking lot, and other infrastructure needs for the facility. In addition to that, Land Management Division has to conduct its review. And I would ask Chairman Watson that somehow between both divisions that they could simultaneously work together in preparing a right of entry recommendation in the March DHHL meeting. The preschool is important to our community. They made mention that in 2009, it's 2024. So in all of our planning guide, our regional planning guide, the preschool was a component. So I asked for that consideration. Secondly, we also submitted, because we believe we have the capacity to and requested the community park right of entry as well. The park is right across the street from the preschool. And almost always when you do construction or development, if we're able to hit 2 birds with 1 stone, use the resources that are on the ground, you don't have to go and get somebody else to do it. So the park right of entry, we've had our own beneficiary consultation with our community for Village Park here in Village 4. And we would like to know the status of that right of entry. Item number 3, of course, I mentioned earlier today in my testimony regarding the GNLS Group water source land acquisition. We would like, Laiapo CDC would like to get an email from the staff or yourself, Mr. Chairman, as to the status. I understand some of the components related to this acquisition to include the completion of the EIS study upon which the acquisition would take place. I also understand that that would take some time. But the commitment, the agreement is still pending in that there is some funds that need to be presented to the owner. I think there was the minimum 100,000. I believe there's some more, an additional $1 million that is supposed to be deposited into escrow, as well as the execution of that agreement pending the terms executed by both parties. So we would like to know the status of that, and we would appreciate your help in that matter. And then finally, there's never enough water across West Hawaii region to conduct all of the department's initiative for housing, community economic development, commercial development, and the like. So we would renew, Waipu CDC would renew our support for the request for proposal 23 HHL-017, the proposal by 3W Corp, a 52-acre acquisition in the urban core of Kailua Kona. Now, what makes this property unique is that it's a 52-acre parcel. And this particular parcel has been identified as having a water source, a water development. This particular parcel for under acquisition would include that water well. In addition, I believe 3 Corp was going to provide 2 acres for water storage component, water storage tank. In addition to that, they would provide the department a transmission property. 3 Corp will contribute the easement for the water transmission system from up Mauka all the way to Queen Ka'ahumanu. So again, when you look across the department's acreage and long-term, long-plan initiatives, there isn't enough water. Even if you look at the Kamehameha Memorandum, even given its own challenges with the Kamehameha Memorandum to bring that water down Mauka to the point of connection with the water county water system, that is pretty substantial. I know that the GNLS group, I think you're like 100 feet from the POC, the point of connection to the water system to the county. So when you talk about the cost, obviously the G group cost would be far less than maybe the Kamehameha initiative and so on. With respect to 3 Corp, there is probably about 1,000, maybe 2,000 feet from the source to the Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway. The nice thing is that 3 Corp will contribute the easement to that end. So I plead with the commission, my commissioner, Makai Freitas, to assist us in this matter, to bring at least provide us information and update on matters that I have presented before you today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bo. Next testifier, Kali Almeida. We've been waiting all day, so.
Stand up and shake it off a little bit because you guys look like you're ready to pout, eat, and the kind. But yeah, I am here today to talk about a moratorium that has been on my community of Panewa Hawaiian Homelands Community Association, the island of Hawaii, for the past 5 years. Excuse me. I've waited this long to come back to the commission to ask to remove it. No longer do we need to deal with this anymore. Please remove it. It was initiated back in 2019 by a staff person. And I had questions about that because I felt that that kind of letter to put any homestead community association should have come from the commission. So I came back to let you know that I want it to be removed as soon as possible. The reason is because for the past 5 years, I was not able to access any services from any department of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for the community that I serve. I tried to get a grant, I couldn't, because this moratorium, when it was set, was basically, you folks have to resolve your own problem before we can even have any discussions. And for those of you that were here before, that was usually the dialogue when I came before you, even though this moratorium was given to me. It was basically Kaoilani. You know that there's this kind of like moratorium on your community until you folks resolve the leadership issue. I come here today to let you know that I feel that I've been for the last 5 years kind of like been, I don't want to say railroaded, but kind of like trying to just pushed on the side, dealing with staff and the chairman, and not being able to be heard to the commission because of the moratorium. I gave evidence that I was required to present to the staff person. He asked me to provide evidence of why I felt that there was actually no reason why our elections was being questioned by the commission, or basically he was saying the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We had an election in 2018. I was designated the winner of that election. And what was the problem that I had to deal with to say that I wasn't the president? We waited 5 months. I sent a letter to the department person, staff person, and in January 1st when I took office and asked them that I needed an audit. Why I come to here today is because basically we have a community benefit contribution that has been put on hold until this is resolved. I submitted paperwork. When we got 5 months later after the election, we got paperwork with the minutes that came from the people who lost the elections. And basically, it was that it states directly on the minutes that I was elected, fair election. Days after, there's a question by the staff that said that there was a claim disputing my election. Okay, now, I've been told over and over that the commission cannot interfere in the Homestead Association's sovereignty. I guess that's the best way I can put it. But they did. Your staff did. And for the past 5 years, I couldn't come before you to present anything. It's been just between myself and the staff person sharing information, not understanding if you folks were getting any of the information I was giving him. So today I want to just go over some of the information that I received from him, and why I come today is because in 2022, possibly some of the last actions of Mr. Ayla, our Department of Parks and Rec County was given a letter signed by him stating that we are the official board. In July 2023, I get a letter from staff stating the same thing. You know, that there's this money that you're gonna da. However, due to the ongoing matters regarding the legitimacy of the board, process of disbursement is deferred until the association leadership is resolved internally amongst the PHHLCA membership. I immediately sent a copy to my commissioner and said, what is this letter? Did he not recognize us as the leadership? So therefore, it was resolved. The election process was never to be questioned in the first place because it was a legitimate election. When my term ended the first time for 2021, in 2021, we had another election of which I served as the person to do a election. And in 2021, we had COVID. So we had to declare that we were going to change the way that we were doing elections. However, it was nonetheless a democratic effort. But I'm still receiving this in July of 2023. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for him to do something, and this is what I got. I come to you to say, number one, I've asked Mr. Ayla also, where is the policy and procedure of the commission to put a moratorium on a community such as that for 5 years? The staff wouldn't talk to me. What's that? And now, and why I'm coming to you is because when is there an end date to it? Oh, when we decide to have resolved this issue, the resolution already happened during the first election when I was voted in as president. So what your staff accepted, what they call a frivolous claim. That is what is, so it's told to me by the DHHL staff. What constitutes a frivolous claim is it's not signed for one. They take it and they put it away because they have hundreds coming over to the email, yeah? Why wasn't that put in? Why was that all of a sudden somebody's attention? From that time forward, when I received that letter from the staff person saying that I had to prove that I am certainly the president, or this, it's actually put a this claim that came over from I don't know where, pretty much. It wasn't signed, it wasn't anything threatening, whatever you want to call it. But my thing to you today is, when you do put a moratorium, where is the policy and procedure that comes with that? And the other thing too is, there should be an end date to it, like immediate end date to it. Not given to staff to take care of it, and then I'm in this whole circle of not getting attention to this. This has caused our community a lot of grief, because it was about the money. It was about the community benefit contribution. Did our community need it? Yes, they did. But we proved that really we could plan what we were going to be doing with the money as a community. Why they didn't vote for the other guy to be the president, I don't know. They just didn't want him anymore. So they voted me into the seat. And as Cully Watson knows, Cully has dealt with me before in 1995, that I will not do anything except work for my community, by my community. Everybody has a say in my community. Everybody can work together, everybody can, whatever the reason why they didn't vote him back in, that's not my concern. My concern is that when I became the president, my first fiduciary responsibility is to question any kind of fiscal management of the community, and I did. That was my January 1st letter to the land management. I need an audit of how much money was already spent. That is my job. And when I asked that, all of a sudden, it became a long wait of proving myself as being the president. What is that all about? The staff cannot work with me? What is this all about? The commission cannot hear me. I came anyway because I had 6 minutes. Thank you, Mrs. Namomo, because you said that I had 6 minutes. And I came a lot during that first year, second year, third year. On my own, I flew all over to the different islands. And she was the one who said, you still can have your 6 minutes. So thank you so much. So I want to ask, is this letter from Mr. Ayla shouldn't have been sufficient enough to have determined it? Because this letter states inside of it that it's a DCCA report, the filing of 2022. And I received that other letter from Land Management in July 2023 stating that it wasn't resolved. So who is supposed to resolve it?
Before the end of the week, you get a response from it.
I'm sorry?
Before the end of the week, you'll get a response from me.
But isn't it the commissioners that do it? No?
Not on that one.
Even if it's with money?
No, I think I've been talking with the commissioner of your particular area and be talking with staff, and I think it's really an administrative thing responding. It's not really a commission action.
Well, I just hope that this doesn't happen again to another community.
Sure.
Questioning their elections or whatever. I mean, it just 5 years without a stoppage date. And I'm glad that I waited for this time because I feel that this commission is able to hear me and that I will, when you say the end of the week, I'm sorry, you know me, what is it?
We'll have the letter prepared. You'll be getting it shortly.
Yeah?
You just have to check on a few things.
Kawi,
Yes.
if I could, because I know this began when I was starting out. This has been a long-standing issue. A couple of things to clarify. It's not the commission that rendered that decision. That was from the department. We did not exercise any kind of decision-making on your situation, but of course, we've been following it for a long time. Now, I don't see, did you put William Isla's letter in here? Because I don't see it.
Yeah, I did.
It says it's attached, but I didn't see it. It wasn't included.
Oh, you mean this one, yeah?
Yes.
It doesn't have Williams.
Wait.
Well, it has Williams' name on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he
Is
signed
that the
it.
one confirming?
That's the one she.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, I don't have it in our packet.
It's
Yeah, right here.
This one?
Where?
J17.
J17.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yep. Current status first.
And just for your information, he didn't just say, like, write a letter, but it was regarding a key to a locker. So this letter didn't come to me, it went to PNR, because I tried to get the access to a key to a locker that is located at the park.
Yeah, but
So Mr. Messina asked me if he could get a letter from the chair
officers of Pontiac.
to
Oh,
say
I see.
that,
So we recognize her as officers.
you know,
but-
acknowledge the officiate
So what's wrong?
leadership, official leadership.
Okay, so Kawi, I see where I'm confused because the
Oh,
top
sorry.
is from Mr. Maurice Messina.
It went
Yeah.
directly to Messina, yes.
So he's with Hawaii County Park,
Yes,
and it's William Isla confirming that you are the association leader, yeah?
and that was done in 2022. November.
Yeah, and has all the other officers, okay. so
Correct.
You
Yeah,
know,
so that was confusing, yeah.
so look, I have an interest in bringing this to closure. It's been
Yeah.
far too long. And I think this document reaffirms your status with the association.
Right.
So I leave it to the chair to decide how they want to close this out. It's not our kuleana, it's with the department.
Okay.
Well, I've been working with Commissioner Kalekini, so he's been very, very helpful, which I appreciate.
Very good.
So I just have to clear up a couple more things with staff, and then we'll get something for the end of the week.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience.
Aloha, Kauai.
Or beyond patience, it's more than patience.
Okay. Alan?
Okay. Next testifier, Alan Cardenas, Pastor.
Pastor Cardenas, are you in the weight room? I don't see him either. Okay. Chair, going to the next one. Princess Maka'ahoa. Princess Maka'ahoa. J19.
You know that person.
Lillian Kaeha, J4. Okay, Liko Wallace, J21.
Different Wallace.
Okay, we got one.
Aloha.
This is regarding
Aloha, Commissioner and Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Okay, I'm coming on behalf of Hui Ho'okahua Molokai. And basically, we are a new association that consists of 6 associations, homestead associations: Ahunui, Hawaiian Homestead Association; Ho'olehua Homestead Association; Kalamu'ula Mauka Homestead Association; Kamiloloa Oneali'i Homestead Association; Kapa'akea Hawaiian Homesteaders Association; and Naiva Homestead Association. Along with them comes their home membership. We had recently, in the month of November, submitted an application for management of Malama Cultural Park. We are currently waiting for, trying to remember if it was land management. Anyway, Shelley advised me that we would need beneficiary consultation meeting before it is submitted to you guys. Hopefully it will be in your hands by April when you're on Molokai. Hopefully before that, but anyway. There's a lot of us who are have had personal stake in this process. We were attending all the G70 process as they were putting together the plan for Malama Cultural Park. I am president of Molokai Canoe Club, also the president of Wa'akapaimua Canoe Club, are all in favor. We have about 10 supporting entities that have submitted letters that went along with our application to show their support. We have Commissioner Helms' support. And I was actually a part of the early 90s community-based plan, which they had 3 phases of creating a community park at that time. And it was under the state, and there was this collection of the state and county getting together and putting together their the lands. And it all was supposed to have been Malama Cultural Park, but it only went as far as phase 1. So basically, we then it was the people changed hands, those who was leading it, and it was kind of just left as is. And there was issues with the water leakage, and nobody wanted to take responsibility of paying for the water bill. And so there was a whole thing that was going down at the time. So it was kind of just left. And basically, Malama Cultural Park is like in the heart of Kaunakakai. It has very historical presence in our past, and we would like to make it our future. Let's see. So Hui Ho'okahua Molokai is a nonprofit organization of homesteaders. And our mission statement, we are a cohesive organization of homestead associations working collaboratively toward the empowerment, sustainability, and prosperity of our Molokai Island community. So yes, we have our beneficiaries at the forefront, but we are also considering our whole community because we are a small community and it would benefit everyone. So we do have the plan that was the special area plan that was submitted back in July of 2022. And again, like I said, we were a part of the input of the information that was put in that. So anyway, I'm just looking for your support when it does come to you. And I just wanted to set presence on behalf of Hui Ho'okahua Molokai. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next testifier, Liko Wallace.
That's me.
Oh, that was you. Okay, sorry about that. You want to go again? We got another 10 minutes. Okay. The next testifier is Ko'olani Warrington.
Yeah, I remember her. She's a little.
Aloha kākou.
Aloha.
Aloha. O wau o nā ko'olani Liloi Warrington. My name is nā ko'olani Liloi Warrington. And before I begin my testimony, I just want to say mahalo to all of you for your kokua with Kauilani Almeida. She's my neighbor. I'm from Panaeva, the farm section, and she is the president of the Homestead Association. So we are very close. I've known her a long time, works hard. So I want to say mahalo to all of you for helping to clear this matter up and getting it resolved. Mahalo nui. So I'm going to now present the purpose for my testimony this afternoon. So as I mentioned, I'm from Panaeva. I am a beneficiary born and raised Taukaha. I now live in Panaeva for the last almost 40 years, been in Panaeva. So what I'd like to do this afternoon is to read into the record an email that I sent in January to Chair Cully Watson. I CC'd a few of you, but I want to read it into the record. And I thank you all for allowing me this time to present my testimony. Before I actually read it, a little bit of background. So I'm part of Hui, that we call ourselves Kupuna for the Mo'opuna. We are a group of Kupuna beneficiary farmers that look out for the well-being of our Aina and our Keiki for the next generations to come. So we are pretty much active and make sure we keep on top of things that affect our community. So I'm going to read into the record our email to Kali Watson. And so Chair Watson, mahalo for all of your support of our communities, all your testimony when we've asked for it in support of our communities on the Big Island. We really appreciate your kokua. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and read. Aloha, Chairman Watson. Again, this was dated January 16th, and it's titled, "We are urging the Hawaiian Homes Commission to submit comments to the County of Hawaii's General Plan 2045 on behalf of us beneficiaries." It's still in its draft form, but this letter urges the commission to submit comments to the Hawaii County's General Plan 2045. Public comment period is open until March 1st. Aloha, Chairman Watson. We, Kupuna for the Mo'opuna, beneficiary Kupuna farmers from Panaewa, Hawaii, urge the DHHL Commission to submit the following 3 documents, and I attached it in the email. The following 3 documents as comments to the County of Hawaii's General Plan 2045 draft, to be included as in hold as appendices. Public comment period ends March 1st, 2024. The 3 documents that I attached, and we request for your assistance in submitting them as comments. The first one, the DHHL General Plan 2022. The second one, Memorandum of Agreement between County of Hawaii and DHHL dated 2002. And the third document, the Hilo Community Development Plan of 1975. Mahalo to DHHL East Hawaii Commissioner Mike Kalekini for reaching out to County of Hawaii Long Range Planning Manager April Serpernat on our behalf, and for Ms. Serpernat confirming that, quote, "The county acknowledges that the DHHL General Plan trumps the county plan. Therefore, if the DHHL General Plan opposed certain development, the county plan would defer to the DHHL plan," unquote. For years, we have over and over again engaged County of Hawaii administration, their planning department, directors and managers, our county council member D3 with community concerns pertaining to the Hilo Community Development Plan and the General Plan 2045. Our voices have been dismissed for years. Our latest correspondence in October 2023 to Planning Director Kern and Manager Serpernat didn't even have them acknowledging receipt. And yet they say, "Oh, submit your comments," but they don't acknowledge when we reach out for their assistance. Okay, anyway, our voices continue to be dismissed. Hence, this correspondence is urging the assistance of our Hawaiian Homes and DHHL, Hawaiian Homes Commission and DHHL Hui. The East Hawaii communities of Keaukaha and Panaewa are targeted for aggressive development in the County of Hawaii General Plan 2045 that will benefit the general public to the detriment of us beneficiaries. We'll read page 49. We need these 3 documents in the County of Hawaii General Plan to protect our beneficiaries and our land. Okay, so documents 1 and 2. Oh, I'm doing okay for time, good. So documents 1 and 2, the DHH General Plan 2022 and the MOA of 2002 will be the authority on land use and other matters continuing to plague Keaukaha and Panaewa as the County of Hawaii continues to dump environmental injustices onto our homestead communities, consistent with the general plan and community development plans. That's their go-to. It's consistent, and it would be because we're not in it. There are currently no protections for our communities in the General Plan 2045, which will result in beneficiaries having to vigorously oppose and protest against PLAU developments over and over again. Case in point, not too long ago was the County of Hawaii Bill 107 final reading in January, continuing to disregard DHHL testimony, ours and the chairman's. We were in strong opposition to an alternate route study that considers lands under the jurisdiction of Hawaiian Homes. We say no to continued abuses of our trust lands that benefit the general public to the detriment of us beneficiaries. Okay, document number 3. The Hilo Community Development Plan of 1975 is the only CDP intentionally being left out of the general plan. There are 7 community development plan districts, 7. Only 6 are in the general plan. Guess which one is left out? Yes, it's not in there. The South Hilo District, wherein lies the communities of Panaeva and Kilkaha, intentionally being left out of the general plan. Even though the Hilo Community Development Plan of 1975 is old, at least if it were included in the general plan, there is a provision in the general plan that says the general plan will update during phase 1 of implementation, 2024 through 2029. They're going to be updating all the CDPs, all the community development plans. However, the Hilo CDP of 1975 has to be included in order for it to be updated. So we're not even in there. Even if it's old, we're not in there in the general plan. All 3 of these documents, sorry, let me back up. All 3 of these documents being included in the County of Hawaii General Plan 2045 will help to protect Hawaiian Homes Commission Act lands and beneficiaries. We ask for your assistance in ensuring that these 3 documents are included in the Hawaii County General Plan 2045. Now, I recognize this is agenda item J, but we're reaching out because we've tried all various avenues of letting them know our voices need to be in that general plan. We are not being included in the general plan. So I'm reaching out on behalf of my Hui to ask for your assistance in please submitting as comments to the Hawaii County General Plan 2045, these 3 documents. I mean, if you can think of more, if you can think of other ways to help us, we're open. We've reached, we don't know what else to do. We don't know where else to turn. Every avenue, our requests have either been silenced or kicked down the road. The general plan is important. It's like critical to protecting us and our way of life and stopping all of these environmental injustices being dumped on us disproportionately, for especially Kilkaha and Panaeva. Okay, I got like 20 seconds. Is it clear what it is that we're asking for you, for the commission to please submit as comments to the general plan of the County of Hawaii, these 3 documents? I'm going to send this email that I sent to Kali Watson and a few of you. I'm going to forward it to the whole commission in case you have questions, because the comment period is going to be ending soon and then they're going to go straight ahead. I don't know what they're going to do, but I believe the next step will go before the Planning Commission, East and West Hawaii, Windward and Leeward Planning Commission. Okay, I kind of said a lot in my 10 minutes. Can we count on your kokua to submit as comments? Is that something that our commission could do to protect us beneficiaries? It's like, I just want to make sure that we are exploring every option to make sure we're in that general plan. Right now, we're not.
Okay, I want to say something real quick.
Sure.
Hi, aloha.
Yeah, so I am a little confused. That was a lot of information,
Yeah.
but when it comes to general plans and Hawaiian homelands, we are exempt from county general plans when it comes to our neighborhoods. So I'm not sure how one overlaps with ours, because that to me is a non-issue. We reserve the right to exempt ourselves from county general plans that have a negative impact on our associations, our communities, etc. So I'm not really sure what you're asking, because we don't, we've encountered that on Maui, for example, in our developments, when the county general plan and associations feel that it's the general plan that should dictate how we develop our neighborhoods. And we have always said we want to be good neighbors, but we reserve the right to fashion our communities in alignment with what serves them best. So,
Correct.
okay, so that's my mana'o.
So mahalo nui, Commissioner. And so I would say mahalo. Is there any harm in having these 3 documents included as appendices in the County General Plan for the Hawaii County General Plan 2045? Because what's happened is, even though we do trump our, there's so many kinds of activities, developments that are just environmental injustices that we have to continue to protest. And we even did it in the form of peaceful protest out on the road just a few weeks ago, when the county was going to roll right ahead with their study to include our railroad avenue right to the heart of our homestead community, even though chairman submitted, both Chairman Ayla and Chairman Watson, the position was should not include, will not include Hawaiian homes land. Hawaiian homeland should be excluded. The bill kept rolling right along. It kept passing. It kept moving forward. It took us having to stand on, some of them stood in the road. So yes, mahalo that, it does trump, and it must be for the benefit, but unless they are constantly, put to task and reminded, the onus falls on the beneficiaries to continue to write letters, continue to submit testimony, continue to protest. And it's very tiring. So we thought, hey, what's the harm in putting in protection for us beneficiaries, especially because we're not in the general plan at all. South Hilo's district is not in the Hawaii County General Plan. 6 districts are, the 7th, us, that we are part of, Keokai and Panaeva, we're not in the general plan. We have no protection. Okay, I know this is, so I do thank you for your time, and I thank you for your mana'o. So my next step will be, I'm going to forward this letter, this email of January 16th. I'm going to forward it to the full commission so that so that you can take a look at what it is we're saying. And I probably should have done that earlier. But I do thank you for your time, and we so appreciate. Especially, I want to say a big mahalo to Mike Kalekini. He always comes to our Panaeva, all of our meetings. So mahalo nui loa yaoi e Mike. Okay, one and all. Mahalo for your time. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Donna Sterling.
I know.
Next person, Guy Gasper. Oh,
Oh, good thing that happened because, I was falling asleep walking back there. Folks, I want to thank you guys for having all the patience you guys do. I came in here because, I don't know, Pastor Bird, I don't know if you guys know him. Maybe a month ago, he told me, fix my truck. And what time? I'm doing this, Pastor Bird. So you go hire somebody else to do. The guy does the rear end, but now the truck more loud than when he took him to his friend. So he called me up because he knows me. I always do a good job for him. And he's like, I don't know what they did, but can you take it? So yeah, I was trying to do the work that I was going to share with you guys, but he was one of those guys that would help me when I was, frustrated with the system and stuff like that. Like he, I was frustrated. But he always was like, bruh, take courage, take courage. You can do this. Yeah. Maybe about 5 months ago, when Jody went go do her birthday march for Christ, I went to Macau, I got baptized by him again, and that's all part of being spiritual, yeah. And I just wanted to share this with you guys because I don't know, you guys really don't know who I am and what I do and stuff, and I don't know how to be the person that I want to be without offending some if you're not more the same God as me and stuff, yeah. So what I really want to know from you guys is, the last time I came to talk to you guys, did you guys realize, you guys gave me on full vote of my program? You guys realize that? You remember when I was telling you guys, if you guys support this entity, Gigi's Redemption, how many raise your hand? And you guys all gonna raise your hand. So that means you guys might be spiritual, because I know I came here with spiritual content when I came, because that's all I do nowadays. I only walk with God. And in the past year, I had to go find my God. I have to find myself, especially in this past month. For me, God is Big Papa. That's what I call him, yeah, Big Papa. Jesus, Brother J. And the Holy Spirit is whispers, because I always get whispers. And I get more of these things than you can imagine. Brother right there, sister right there, they know. Because, when we did that stuff about the political protest, me and Diman, yeah, we was like, we need land. I go, yeah, man, this is big. We need land. He goes, okay, let's go. And then he writes up something for a political protest. And here comes Ikaika Anderson coming to his lunch wagon. They talk his story. Hey, we're like doing political protest. Okay, go. So we went on the news and we took over that, the commercial land that we was talking about back in the day. Yeah. So we did that, yeah. And for demand, next thing I know, I knew we had to be there, yeah. So I had one hop tool. I got them from my friend for $2,000. I paid like 800 and some new hoses. I traded them to my other friend for $5,000. That tiny house there on the property. Yeah, I got that for like $2,800. And forget them there. I went volunteer my truck to Pastor Kimo because they was going to do one jam session at the Boat Harbor. So I go over there, do that one. But when we offload it, I tell the boys, hey boys, I'm gonna need you guys' help tomorrow. We gotta do something fast before church. But everybody come together. When I'm doing it like this, everybody come together. The brothers show up. Hey, they sweating when they go to church. But we do it and we get things done. And that's what is missing, you know what I mean? That's what's missing, and that's what I love about what I do. I come in with little to nothing, and we get it done because I get Big Papa. I hope you guys understand that. I'm not trying to cop into something. That land over there, it is perfect for us. The reason I say this, it's got 100 plus feet. If I get the women in the one building and the men in the other tree, see, the men are supposed to fix these cars that we're gonna get donated. That's their. It's not a punishment because they learn it, but that's their restitution, So if we get the two sides, the side on the women's, we make one second story. I know, I'm sorry, you guys don't really know what I'm talking about because I never got a chance. And it's because I was scared for sharing with you guys, From early on, I went to tell my friend, yeah, Easy, I ratted on you I told my friend I was telling him about this. I told him, bro, my God telling me, because I told him I'm going to take in cars, and then the good ones, we're going to fix them, and we're going to give them to the women. Yeah, these victims of domestic violence. And it's because it's deep in me. I'm a victim. My mom was a victim. My dad had 28 kids, 5 different women. And my mom was the first wife. And that was during the Korean conflict. He came home a killer. And he beat my mom plenty times. Put her in the hospital, at least 5. And I know the last time was, you do it again, I'm gonna kill your ass, yeah. My dad put a gun to my mom's head, made her scared as hell. And I know my mom wouldn't have left us. My mom loved us, but she had to leave us, so she was going to die, yeah? And the type of person I had as a dad, my dad, he started work at like 3 in the morning. He probably work at 12. He come home, if he came home at all, he come home 12, 1 o'clock, sleeping hours. And he was driving one public bus, yeah? But one day, one night he comes in and he's crying. Oh, your mommy did, your mommy did, oh. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm 2, 3 years old. Yeah. Come to find out, yeah, my mom dead means my mom not coming back. But that wasn't the truth either. Because, later on down the road, I'm wondering why we're all wearing nice clothes. Where are we going? It's not Sunday. Yeah, we went to the courthouse. Yeah. And I was struggling with the bailiff because I never let go of my dad because I get issues in my head. You know what I mean? You're not taking me from my daddy. I yanked it on his, and the bailiff trying to pull me back to the other side of the rail. No way, And then I see one ghost coming out the side door. Yeah, it was my mom. And she was there to the clock to tell my dad, the judge told my dad, the judge told my dad, hey, you do anything, you will spend some time in jail because I never seen him lift a hand to my mom after that. Yeah, so that was a help. But, I've been through a lot of stuff, and because of molestation, I have to go fight the world, yeah, because I was thinking, wow, I know I'm a fag, but I later found out it wasn't my fault, It was that, people in my life never protect me when I was a kid, But, hey, I tell you, I fight everybody, And it was worse because my brother became a cop. One day we were smoking weed, me and my friends in the house. We hear a car coming up the driveway. But our driveway with the neighbors close too, so then we heard toot, toot, toot. The door went open, one cop came walking in. My friends, they tripping. Oh, cop, how you do? Now I look, that's just my brother. And I got lickings from my brother plenty times. So when it came to cops, you're nothing, my brother more tough than you. I can handle you. Yeah. But the thing about cops, they mob you. So I'm telling you, I come from one world. Yeah, I did 7 years from when I was 17 till I was 24. But check it out. I never went back. I got off early. I ran around one tourist bus, one jewelry store, one warehouse. But when I got out, I went drive one tourist bus, legal, And I believe it was my God. He said, here, 7 years penance to man. Here, 7 years to the ones you directly harmed. And then here, 7 years, go school. So when I was in school, I got one degree in psychology. I first started out, I just wanted one certificate in substance abuse counseling. And I was in AA. I had one sponsor. We were sitting up Makakilo waiting for the meeting to start. And my sponsor told me, Rob, if you could be anything, what would you be? And I told him, that's easy. I like being a counselor. I'd rather help kids before they get into trouble, not after. And that was because it was a direct thing for me. If I had one daddy before I robbed that bus, maybe I wouldn't have done it, I just hope, can we talk, sidebar kind, I don't know if any of you guys, I don't know if I overstepping my bounds by asking to talk to you guys. I just want a Hawaiian, but I'm kind of smart, Yeah, I got a degree in psychology, one in public administration. I've been through so many things. There's all these people. That's what I was thinking. You know what? If you guys not gonna let me do the thing over there, then what? You let me bring in all my friends that I meet? Because hey, every time I think something, brother is there. Oh, I get asphalt. They got like, there's 3 cement floors. To me, this thing is the contamination. You don't want to contaminate the land. But, up Pro City Industrial, yeah, with that junkyard. But that junkyard was there since I was 10. The water go down since I was 10. Nobody doing nothing. We can start over there. Those 3 buildings get concrete already. If we put 4-inch slabs, slope, yeah, with the gutter. See, I work for Unitech too. I know how to take care of that stuff. Just like the city bus. We used to go clean the sumps over there. So I know how to set it up. But I don't know how to tell you guys this because, we walk in different circles, yeah? But I think I'm pretty sharp, I think I can walk with you. In fact, with my God, I can walk with all of you guys one time because I get the man, I just wanted to introduce myself and let you guys know I'm no fool. Please help me. I know you, Kali. I know you want to help. I watched you. Every time, if you don't know, yeah, I study. These things, I play them over and over and over again. And I watch you say, yeah, I want to get you guys going. We're willing to, let there be. When you brought up those developers, that one day you had, where you called the developers together, and you was telling them, yeah, we gotta get this going. We're willing to scratch. I was like, yeah, Kali, you know what I mean? Because you did it. Can you do it with me? That's what I need. You know what I mean? Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Next testifier, Maxine Hawaiian. Hello.
We cannot hear you for some reason.
You're on mute. We can't hear you.
She just muted herself.
Press the same button again.
She's open. She should be able to speak.
Nope,
Okay,
can't hear you.
check off Nancy. Okay, we can hear you. We'll come back.
Down or Corin? Or Orin Kupal? Yeah, the next one is Orin Kupal. Maxine, we can't hear you. We can see you. You gotta press the mute or turn up the volume or play around with your computer. Turn on your mic. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, let's try Donna Sterling. son, Alani, Hoilani, and Toto.
Auntie Maxine, keep trying. We're going somebody else first.
Auntie, I'm sorry. Try texting if you cannot, because we can't hear you over here. Kalofai. Aloha everyone, my name is Nalani Aipoalani Tu'oi Toto'o. And I have a lot to discuss today. Anyways, I am the CEO of ATT Security, where we employ federal police, law enforcement officers, ACOs, military, and of course, people throughout the communities in which we service. Our mission is to always give back to the communities in which we work and serve. I'm a mother of 9, a grandma of 5, and I've been raised on Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead, where I'm now a lessee. There's a lot. So first and foremost, sorry I wasn't here yesterday or today. I'm still recovering from the accident I was involved in California. So while I was at PT, I was watching live, and as soon as I was done, I told my therapist I was coming here. And I'm in support of fast tracking and seizing and taking away lands and homes that are involved in or with criminal activity. We have always been working behind the scenes as to shutting down, and like regulating, cleaning house, and getting rid of all of these drug houses as well as illegal game rooms. Another thing I wanted to bring up is, as far as developers and investors, from now on, because Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalani Anaole, his mission for our people, right, was to be self-sufficient. We'd have a place to live, we'd be able to work and worship. But yet we have a lot of foreign entities who are non-Hawaiians, who are actually leasing Hawaiian homelands or Hawaiian, industrial lands, which I feel is unfair. The monies that's generated from all of that, where does it go? Because I don't see it. It should actually be going back into the communities. It should be going towards taking care of our kupuna. We're talking about having all these kupuna housing. It's true, it's good to have rentals, but not to the point where it's going to exceed us being able to leave a legacy for our children, our grandchildren, so on and so forth. I feel that the developers, outside entities, I shall call them, should partner up with a native Hawaiian who is a lessee on the Hawaiian homelands, so we can keep the playing fields, open, transparent, and that our people, we can see, will be benefiting from it. Another thing I'd like to ask our chairman, if you could actually spearhead something to where we'd actually have an exit route out of Nanakuli. We are the largest ahupua'a, the largest native Hawaiian homelands in the state of Hawaii. Where I reside is near the ocean. So if there is something, a tornado, we have a hurricane, we're sitting ducks. There's one way in and one way out on the leeward coast. Every time I bring these things up in the city and the state, and everybody's saying, oh, but we don't have enough money. Back then it would have cost this much, and now it's going to cost billions of dollars. No, tell me, wait already, because I've been hearing this since my grandmother was over here. I know a lot about the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. My mom was really involved in it, my grandmother, my uncles, my whole family. I was one to take, a back seat. I'm more of a doer. Yeah, I let my actions speak louder than my words. But I ask that you please
have something to where we'd be able to get out from the homestead or even from the Leeward Coast, Mauka of Nanakuli High, an intermediate school. What else I have here? Yeah, I think I basically said everything that I came here to say. So thank you all for your time. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm so sorry because I know you guys are so tired of sitting here. So may God bless each and every one of you. Take care, have a blessed day and the rest of your week. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. What you know?
Donna is trying her best, she said, but.
What about Maxine? Is she still waving?
She's still trying, so maybe.
And Oren Gupao is...
Oren Kupal is not in the room.
Okay. Well, that's it. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay, where's this? End this. Okay. Okay, we have come to the end of this month's agenda. Mahalo nui loa for participating, especially the staff as well as the commissioners. It's been a long 2 days, but we're doing good work collectively, and we got a lot going on, all good stuff. Next month's meeting will be held on March 18th and 19th. It is a No, I guess.
And we're in Maui.
On Maui. It's a... Okay, is that it? Okay, it's starting at 9:30 on both days. Okay, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.